Everybody, welcome to the Boss Up Queen Bootcamp. Let me get this camera straight. I am so excited that you guys are here with me. This is going to be a good time. I think it'll be a good time, and I hope y'all feel like it'll be a good time. But one thing I know it will be is very informative. I have a lot to talk to you guys about, and I think that you'll be interested in what I have to say. So go ahead, gather up all your girls so that you all can join me today. The Boss Up Queen boot camp is possibly going to be 2 days. I have 2 days on there in case I don't get through everything, but I'm hoping that it'll just be one day. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna leave it up to God. How about that? Okay. So this is something that has, I guess I want to say, kind of been weighing on me. It was something that I was not going to do at first. The way things were going this year, I was like, I'm not doing this. I can't do it. But God has, excuse me, God stayed on me. He stayed on me to get it done. And the way and the format that is being done is something that I've never done it like this before. And I don't know if anybody else would recommend that I do it this way, but I'm following God's direction. So it doesn't matter to me. So first thing, there has been a lot happening. I don't think I introduced myself. Let me introduce myself. I'm sorry. I'm Ashley J. I'm Ashley J. And I am a relationship and dating coach. I am a wife, a mother. I am an author. I'm a speaker. And I am also a couples therapist and just a therapist in general because I see individuals as well. So I am that's all of my titles. That I think that's all of my titles. And that's going to be a discussion for us also, our roles. But let me just stay here for a second. So as you can see, I'm live on Instagram. Hey, Queen Yolanda. I'm live on Instagram. I'm live on It's Ashley J's on YouTube and my Facebook page. And I'll say all of my Facebook pages. I have 3. So I'm happy that y'all here. And it's like I said, I'm imparting a lot of information today and possibly tomorrow. So get all your queens together, get all your ladies together, your friends, guys. If you're watching, tell your wife to check it out because it's going to be full of conversation about us women, things that we go through as women that we often don't talk about, things that our titles and how our roles impact us, our mental health. And that one is a dear topic to me because mental health is important, not just because I am a therapist, but also because I have had my own struggles throughout my life. And even up until recently, I'm dealing with mental health issues. I've been dealing with depression. And just for those of you who don't, when somebody says mentally ill, it's not just the personality disorders that you see people with. It's not just the um, psychopaths and all of that. It's also anxiety. That is a mental illness. That and depression. That's a mental health illness as well. So those things that we kind of take as just, oh, they'll be okay. That's something that's also serious because a lot of times, not for me this time, but a lot of times people in their life, because they don't know, they can't figure out how to get out of that state. So I want you to start thinking about that, considering that as being part of mental illness. Like I said, a lot of people do not consider depression a mental illness. It's so much more than just being sad. Okay. For some people, they cannot get out of being depressed. They don't have the tools, and they may not even have the right therapist or whoever to help them get through that. But we're going to talk about it today because a lot of us women, we carry a lot of stuff and we carry other people's things. And that's not uncommon because what do? When somebody gives us something, we nurture it. Well, what about those things that we are given because of our roles and we don't know how to express the needs that we have for taking those roles? Because whatever you give a woman, she's going to carry it, she's going to nurture it. Just like when we're having babies, we receive the seed and we nurture the seed until it is grown into a full-born baby. That is what we are for. So ladies, when I tell you, it's so important for us to speak up when we are at a loss, or even when we pause, because we keep going, we going. When we pause, okay, a lot of times that pause will cause us to say, wait a minute, why am I feeling like this? This is why. Because you've been carrying things and not talking about what you need with your spouse or whoever you have that's going to help cultivate all of this. You're not talking about what you need. So you're carrying it. You're holding on to this thing and it shouldn't be held on to. You have to speak up. So that is how I came up with this. That is why God gave me this, because from March up until, I'll say, what are we in, August, up until the beginning, middle of July, I was dealing with depression. Depression it wasn't as bad as it has been in the past, because in the past I did have suicidal ideations. I did have times when I felt like, you know what, don't nobody care about me. So what is the point of me staying here? I could leave. I've had those thoughts. But this time it wasn't like that. This time I was tired, physically and mentally. I was tired. There were things happening in life that caused me to get to that place. And I was just tired. I couldn't deal with it. And I reverted. I withdrawn into myself. Okay, so that meant that whole period, um, I stopped doing the things that I love to do, like this. You didn't see me on social media because I did not have it in me. I didn't find joy in it. I didn't find peace in doing it. Let me tell you, that's the difference, because when I started out doing this, I found I was excited. Like there was nothing like jumping on live and talking to people and helping people in their relationships. There was nothing I loved doing this. I could have maybe a so-so day or even a bad day, but after I did a live, I felt like a different person. I love this. But the thing that I love doing, my business that I love working in, I did not want any parts of. I didn't want anything to do with it. I was done. And that was serious for me. You may not think it is serious, but for me it was serious, because you taking away the thing that I love doing, my livelihood. Counseling, that's something that I love doing. But for some reason, not for some reason, but during that time, counseling was not fulfilling either. I felt like I was not good enough in my therapy sessions, regardless of what the evidence showed. I felt like I wasn't good enough. And I was helping people, but then they were triggering me at the same time, which that is something that shouldn't happen. So I had to get a therapist. I had to get therapy. And getting therapy has opened up a lot of different perspectives for me. how I'm presenting to the world. Because a lot of times I'm presenting to the world in a way that was not beneficial for me. And it was tough. It was tough to understand that. It was absolutely tough, but it was also much needed because I have to understand. I could tell you all day, hey, you have to be genuine. You have to be yourself. You have to love you. I wasn't following my own direction. I loved myself and I received a love that I never ever thought of once I started to develop my relationship with my Abba. But Ashley, looking at Ashley wasn't always excited to see Ashley. Okay. I'm being so honest with y'all, and I'm going to be extremely vulnerable with everything that I talk about today. So this mental health thing was hard. This depression thing was hard for me. And I was dealing with anxiety because with depression came negative thoughts that caused anxiety. Like, nobody wants to hear from me. Who do I think I am? Why would I go live? Like, what for what? The whole time God was telling me, listen, you got to talk about this. And the whole time I was like, why? Why do I need to talk about this? Don't nobody want to hear what I have to say. Are you kidding me? They don't. What do I look like? A relationship coach, couples therapist, and I am not loving me. I am not being the best wife that I could be. What do I look like being? What does that mean? That means that's crazy. So I thought, but I found out it's not uncommon. And the difference is I'm willing to talk about it now. I don't know how many other people who are in using my same titles are willing to talk about it. I'm willing to talk about it now. And it's extremely important for me to talk about because with all of those hats that I'm wearing, you're wearing just as many hats. And you may be going through the same thing or similar things as I have. So when I tell you to come and listen I want you to let your hair down. I want you to just kick back and let's just talk. That is what I want you to do. That is all I want from you. I love to have interaction in the comments and the chats. That's something that helps me to keep going and also make me feel like I am having a dialogue and not just a monologue, not just me talking at you. I want to hear what you have to say. I want to hear your experiences. So throughout this time today, I want y'all to comment. I need y'all to comment. Okay, put all of your comments in the chat and I'm going to go through them so that, like I said, we can have this conversation because I don't think enough people are talking about this. I don't think enough people are talking about any of the topics that I'm going to go over today. So I'm here to talk about it. And I want to know how it's affecting you also. And if you have any questions, go ahead and put your questions in the comments also. I am going to open up and have a Q&A segment um, after each topic that I hit today. But you could put your questions in the comments now. Okay, I'm here. We ready. Let's roll. So I just told you the purpose of this. So in those moments when I was just talking about my experience recently, in that time I also was not in my right spiritual place. I was not in the right physical place physically because there was a time when I got up every day 6 o'clock for months. every day, 6 o'clock in the morning. Let me tell you, that's a victory in itself, because I am not a morning person. And the fact that I was getting up and dedicating my morning to increasing my spiritual health, increasing my physical health, and my mental health, that was saying a lot. And those were the things that went away also. Okay. Those are the things that started to fall off. And I felt it and feel it and I see it. So I went through a period where I was like, man, I don't hear God talking to me at all. And then here comes the persecution, the self persecution. Oh my gosh, God's not talking to me. I guess he's not talking to me because I'm depressed. I can't hear him. I'm not supposed to be depressed. I'm his child, but I can't hear him. So I must be stopping him from talking to me. I must have a block up for to hit to so I don't hear him. That is I can be very, very, very uh what's the word? I don't know if I'm gonna say it right. Persecute. I can condemn myself. How about that? I can condemn myself 100 times more than anybody else can condemn me. So those thoughts came in and they were there and they were there to stay. And I was like, you know what? I don't know. What is the point of me trying to talk to God? Knowing that he's the source, knowing that he's the one that's taking care of me. What is the point of me trying to talk to him? He's the one that's taking care of me. He's the one that he was by my side. He has been by my side this entire time. But what was the point of me going to him? Because I was stained. I was not in the right place. All of those things, all of those thoughts were thoughts to separate me even more from him. They were. They were planted in my mind for that. Okay? So that's how it was. And even right now I'm getting back slowly, but even today I'm still not back at the momentum that I had in the past. But guess what? I'm hearing from him. I hear his voice and I feel the nudges in my spirit. I'm hearing him. Okay? I am hearing him. And that's the best feeling for me in the world, because there was so much to stop me, to keep me separated from him. And even stuff that I thought I healed from, things that I felt like I was better at, even that stuff that was from a year ago or even more, that all of that stuff came back too and added more. I don't want to say fuel to the fire, but it added more to the situation. So I am a strong believer that being healthy spiritually, mentally, and physically is important for us to have the push that we need to keep going. When I had all three at optimum health, that was the best I've ever felt. Or I'll say that was the best I remember feeling, ever feeling. Okay. I was you couldn't tell me that I wasn't in a great place, because I was getting it with working out. I was getting it in prayer. I would pray for an hour every morning. I was getting it with my mental health because I was listening to affirmations. I was listening to books to better myself. I was getting it. Okay. And that is a feeling that I want. I don't want to be without that feeling. But I had to learn how to pivot because, like I said, um, things were different. Okay. So when I tell you that all of this is, I'm being extremely vulnerable. I'm being extremely vulnerable. In my past, when I was, I'll say just, let me see, we've been married 7 years ago. Even 7 years ago, when I got sick and my mobility became limited and I couldn't work. It was a struggle just to stand up, let alone walk around a huge airport and on my feet 8 hours a day. That was too much. I could barely stand up. I had the very beginning of my illness, I had to use a walker. And that was the most humbling place I could have ever been, because now I had to stop relying on myself. I was independent. I went to work, I paid my bills, had everything, got whatever I wanted to get. I went from that to being in a place where I had to rely on my husband. Being in a place where stress finally took its toll on my body. And it's not like I didn't know that, because my very first time my very first time I remember um had dealing with depression, I was also starting to develop an ulcer, because I just, not I, but we just got out of a situation where um it was an abusive situation. My mother's husband at that time, he was abusive. He was extremely abusive. And the things that I witnessed, the lifestyles that we had, like living from house to house because we couldn't maintain our own, um, watching or hearing things getting repossessed because we couldn't keep up with the bills, living in hotels and motels because we didn't have a place to stay. That lifestyle was not something I was used to having. That lifestyle was placed on us because my mom was the only person working to take care of essentially a family of seven. Now, granted, the seven wasn't always there, but you had five people she had to take care of, because her husband didn't want to work. And not only did he not want to work, he was not a good employee. He was not a good employee at all. So he often got fired. And the burden stayed on my mom's shoulders. Oh, and there was times when she would get fired from jobs because he would come up to her job acting dumb. And the jobs would be like, we can't do this. No, you gonna have to go. He made her lose jobs. So what did that mean? There was no income coming in um at all, which led to us losing places to live, which led to us having to live with people. He was a pastor, he had a church, okay? And the church wasn't a big church at all. It was a church where we could fit in the living room. But he had these grandiose ideas, and he was self-serving. And meanwhile, he was terrorizing our lives. He was terrorizing our lives. He was um beating on my mom pretty much almost every day. There were periods where he didn't, but he would beat on my mom almost every day. He and I got into a fight. I can't remember if he beat my sister, but he and I got into it too. So imagine being this, how old was I? Preteen girl living in a way that she wasn't used to ever living. Because before that, when it was just me, my mom, and my sister, oh, we was good. My mom took care of us. She may have struggled a little bit, but she was still putting forth the effort to care for us. So she did what she had to do to take care of us and make sure we kept a roof over our head. I remember, I don't know if y'all remember this. I remember this back in the day. Food stamps used to be an actual stamp situation, a booklet that you would rip off and give to the cashier. We had those at times, and there were times where we had to live with somebody, but it was because one, my mom was pregnant and she couldn't take care of herself because she was really, really sick when she was pregnant with my sister. And that was one. Two, we had my great grandmother, she passed when I was in fourth grade. And when she passed, that was one of the times we went to live with my great grandfather because my mom is the caretaker. I don't know if you watched the Love Experience show, but on the Experience show, I talked about how my mom is a caretaker. That's one of her roles. She's a caretaker and she takes care of everybody. And that is what she did. We moved in to help take care of my great grandfather. And those were the only times that we lived with someone. So, and it was in a productive situation. At least from my childhood perspective, it was in a productive situation. So my mom, she took care of us and she did what she had to do to take care of us and make sure we had the things that we needed, and tried to make sure we had the things that we wanted. So there we go. She took care of us. So we went from that to living in hotels and getting kicked out of people's houses because he didn't know how to control himself. And even I remember it was a church conference, I think. And I cannot remember where it was, but it was a church conference and we were in a hotel for the conference with all the other church people, and he got mad. I don't remember why he got mad, but he got mad at us and kicked us out the hotel room. So we were stuck in the hallway almost overnight because he was mad. That was the type of stuff that we were going through. So when I got to high school, I was like 14 or 15 when I got to high school. Um in the beginning, it was a lot. I was scared because that was the time that summer is when my mom left him. I was with my dad um for the summer. So I was away from it. I was happy to be away from it. And my mom took that time to leave. It was right. It was right. I'm trying to make sure I got the timeline right. It was right. Right when I was done with junior high, because right before the end of junior high, my sister was got severely sick. She had a really bad asthma attack. And at that point, we were living in Atlantic City. And my mom was taking us to school every day because we still went to the same schools up in, it's South Jersey, but it's like I'll say an hour north of Atlantic City. So we would travel back and forth every single day, going to school every single day. He was not. He would stay at the house we were living at, because we were living with some pastor friends, and he was staying there, twiddling his thumbs, and it was just us back and forth. And my sister got sick, and that ended us going back and forth for a while, because we were able to stay with my great grandfather again. So till she got out the hospital, because she was in the hospital for like, I think a week or something like that. And that was the summer I graduated from junior high and was with my dad. And that was the summer that my mom got our stuff. Like, we completely got all of our things one night and left. Got our stuff. And I was with my dad for the weekend. I mean, for the summer. And then that during that time being with my dad, my mom got into this program called Rainbow of Hope. And that program was for I know definitely abused women, but I can't remember if it was home. It may have been homeless people, homeless women too, and their children. So we had to go. I had to go there. I I hurt my knee while I was at my dad's, so I came hobbling in there on crutches, which it was like, that's not really a good look, but okay. But I came hobbling in there on crutches and saw my mom and my sister, and we had an interview. They were interviewing us, asking us about our experience and what I want to say, what we wanted to happen. So it was at a church, and we had the conversation, whatever, and a little while later found out that my mom was accepted into the program. And now we had to find a place for us to live. And we went on a search, finding apartments and things like that, trying to figure out what would be right. And then we found our place, which happened to be in a place that wasn't far from where I grew up, but I never heard of it. Maple Shade. I never heard of Maple Shade till we went to visit and check out that apartment. And that's where we lived. And during that time, they helped her with her finances, learn how to budget money, and they asked us what we wanted for Christmas and birthdays. Like, they threw a huge party for us, something I never experienced before, from a resource. I never experienced that. So that was kind of cool. They threw a party for us. And some of our family came to the party, and my mom, she was getting on her feet. She got on her feet. So, and also on the side, on the inside, other side of this, I was scared. I was scared because he was still around. I knew it'd be difficult for him to try to get up to where we were, but I was scared because I did not know whether or not that man would come to where we were and figure out how we were, where we were and all of that. So, during that time, he died. Not long after I started ninth grade, he died. So we had the funeral, and the funeral was the breaking point for me, because one, um, there was a lot that happened that I didn't even tell y'all about. But I didn't see my step siblings. We had a pretty decent relationship, so I didn't see my step siblings um it too often, while we were away. And even before we left him, they weren't around like that. So didn't see my step siblings, and that was the first time I seen them in I don't know how long, at his funeral. And his funeral was in Atlantic City because that's where he was living. And it was a breaking point because one, that showed freedom. That was freedom to me. Yeah, he died, but he created hell on earth for me. So that was freedom. And then two, I was like, okay, what do we do now? I was crying at the funeral. I was crying a lot at the funeral. But what I told my best friend at the time, I was like, I'm not crying because he's dead. That was a release of everything that I was holding in. First time experiencing a migraine, never had that before. It was terrible. Um and that was a release. I it was so much that I was holding on to. I at that time took the stance of being the protector. I had to protect my mom. That was a lot of responsibility that I put on myself, and I was just a kid. And then feeling like at times I failed as being the protector. I had the opportunity to leave, move out, but I did not want to leave because I did not want to leave my mom without protection. So that was a lot for a little 14-year-old girl to hold on to. And after his funeral, that's when I got depressed. That was my very first bout of depression, and it was a deep depression because I did not talk to anybody. I completely stopped talking. I did not talk at all. When I tell you at all, at all. My sister, she she and I used to fight all the time when we were young. And she used to, when we moved into our apartment, she didn't like seeing me like that. So she would do different things to try to get me to say something to her. She would aggravate me. She would like whatever. And I wouldn't say anything to her. I may have yelled, leave me alone. But that was it. It wasn't, anything more than that. I could not talk. I didn't want to talk. So I just retreated within myself. And that was a very dark place to be. That was a very dark place to be in. So I, retreated within myself, and this went on for months and started to have stomach pains because I wasn't eating as well. And I started having developing stomach pains and um walking hunched over because my stomach hurt so badly. Um so it was a lot of stress that I was holding on to. It was a lot. It was just a lot that I was holding on to during that time. And I tried to I was ready to go. That was the very first time I made the decision to commit suicide. I was ready to go because in some twisted way, all of that happened because of me. For some reason, I believe that all of that happened because of me. And that's not a foreign thought because even after getting to an age where I could recognize that my parents weren't together, I never seen I, I won't say I never seen. I don't ever remember seeing my parents as a couple. They got divorced. They got separated when I was 2. I don't remember ever seeing them as a couple. So the thought that, oh, this happened because I was born, that thought came at a young age. And that thought carried throughout my life. I still have to fight that thought. Remember, I told you I can accuse myself it way more than anybody else can. That is a thought that I have to constantly battle. So, um for some reason I believe that situation that my mom got married, I think I felt like it was my fault because I tried my hardest to get her to not, well, I believe I tried my hardest to get her to not marry that man. Told her I didn't like him and felt like she didn't listen to me. So that caused me to believe it was my fault that I should have tried harder. I should have tried to tell her and maybe even act out way more than what I did, because maybe she would have listened to me. But as an adult, when I think back, even as I'm telling you this, I'm thinking back about this and I'm like, that is not true. Because my mom made her decision. She did what she felt like was good for her. So, because she made her decision, I had nothing to do with that. She was an adult. She made the conscious decision to be with this man and marry him. That had nothing to do with me. That is how those negative seeds are planted, and left to we're left to believe that it's our fault when it's not. Hey, Ma, we are left to believe it's our fault. That's the stuff that happened. That is not my fault. But I carried it like it was. And like I told you in the beginning, I told you that as women, even as children, we are taught and we become, we nurture things, we grow things. So we have to be careful with what we accept into our hearts, because whatever you accept, you make it grow. We have to be careful with doing it. So that started a cycle for me. Let me take a sip of water. That started a cycle for me that, um, as I said, is something that I am constantly dealing with today. I'm constantly dealing with it today. Something that started when I was a child. I'll say maybe 4 or 5 years old, something like that. Something that started when I was that young. I'm 38, about to be 39. I'm still holding on to that 34 years later. What are you holding on to? What have you picked up in your childhood that you hold on to it, and um it continues to grow and grow and grow because you're not cutting it, getting rid of it? What are you holding on to that dictates how you live your life today? What negative thing are you holding on to that is affecting your mental health? That was not positive. That affected my mental health. I told you that I wanted to kill myself at that time. I was a kid and I wanted to kill myself because I couldn't take it. Because that thought had taken root in my mind. It had plenty of time to take root and to grow. And today, that thought still tries to take over my mind. I have to consciously battle. Y'all, when I tell you, and I know you know this because I'm not the only one. When I tell you that is an actual battlefield up here, it is. And you know it is. I told you we're going to be authentic and genuine during this whole thing today. So you know that it is a battlefield. That is tiring. It becomes so tiring. You become so exhausted with fighting those thoughts. You become so exhausted. But you have to make the decision of whether you are going to let those thoughts take over your life or if you're going to fight them. I had no business being in a place where I was ready to commit suicide. I had no business being in that place. But that's where I was. And come to find out, that was something that was generational. Didn't find that out until I was an adult. I don't know about my great grandparents, but I know my grandmother had many times where she wanted to take her life. My maternal grandmother. So that's the other aspect of it. You may be carrying something that isn't even yours, but it's been passed down to you. We have to take the stand and say, it stops with me. I can't do this. I am someone that believes that there's mental illness that is generational as well. Mental illness can be passed down. How? By words that are spoken in that time, beliefs that are created during that time. I am 2 generations away from my grandmother. And I had those thoughts. I've had depression. I've dealt with depression. And I've had the suicidal ideations with me. I carried them with me. I'm my grandmother's uh daughter's child. That carried over to me. I don't know if my mom ever, I don't think she ever told me this, but I don't know if my mom ever had suicidal ideations. I know she's had moments where it was enough, but I don't know if she ever felt like she wanted to end it all. But I know I have. I've had those thoughts at least 3 times in my life, to the point where I was starting to create a plan. And as a therapist, you have a client that, or you come across somebody that is ready to, they have their plan set, that is a huge warning sign that is imminent. Huge. But at that time, I didn't have a therapist. I just had me. That's what it felt like. I just had me. And I was young. I didn't know anything about this. Besides, I wanted this pain to go away. I wanted to be back to normal. I didn't know anything about this. I don't think I've ever experienced that. I don't think I ever remember seeing family members dealing with depression. I don't think I ever saw it. But I knew I didn't know what it was. I just knew that I wanted the pain to go away. I wanted to get out of this dark hole because you really do feel like when you are in a very deep depression, you really do feel like you are in a dark hole, or you could like a dark cave. You're in darkness. It's like what are those I can't remember what cartoon this was. Those cartoons where somebody had just had their own rain cloud. That's what it felt like. Everybody else around me was happy, but I was by myself in the rain, getting rained on, and just in a dark place. That's what it felt like. That's what it feels like. If you're someone who doesn't know what depression feels like, that's what it feels like. To give you some perspective, you feel absolutely alone. No matter how much people tell you, "Hey, I'm here for you. Let talk to me. What can I help you?" It doesn't matter. You can say that so you're blue in the face. But someone who is depressed will feel like you you don't know what I'm going through. You have no idea. Even when I got older and went through depression, I could hear my mom saying, "I understand what you're going through," but my mind is saying, "No, you don't. You don't understand this." Because there's nobody has the same experience. This is what you think. Nobody has the same experience as I'm having right now. That's what you believe. So we you have to get your mental health taken care of. This recent depression that I experienced, it wasn't as dark as the one in my first time experiencing depression. It wasn't as dark. It was not nearly as dark as that. And I think the difference um was the fact that I felt supported. I felt supported during that time. I was able to see through a different lens what was happening around me and who was supporting me, and how I having the knowledge of knowing that I will get through this. I wasn't hopeless. That was the difference this time. And I thank God for that difference, because I got this little boy that I have been blessed to have. I cannot lose that child because I can't help myself. I can't. That's my baby. He is the proof of God answering prayers. Why would I walk away from that? Why would I end my life to leave that beautiful soul that has been on this earth before? Y'all, my baby, he's been here before, okay? Um, but as a woman, a black woman especially, we are often made to feel like we don't hurt. And if we show that we are hurting, then we're looked at as angry. And a lot of us will not voice our emotions because we can be looked at as angry. And once somebody sees us being angry, the interaction between you and that other person turns. Because now they are not trying to take care of you. They are not trying to be, emotionally supportive of you. They're not trying to do that. But what they are going to do is be ready to fight you and to turn everybody they can away from you. So then you're left with, well, what is the point? I might as well not even say nothing. I'm going to just have this attitude to protect myself from people wanting to get rid of me because I dare to show emotion. Even in our own houses, we can, if you have a family that you're taking care of, we can be looked at as the rock. And the rock cannot have any cracks in it. The rock is supposed to be strong. The rock is supposed to take care of everybody. Everybody can sit on the rock, and the rock can handle it. But it's not that simple anymore. We can't handle it. We need a break too. We need to feel emotions too. We have to. We're human. We are emotional beings. Making us not show emotion is like cutting off our intelligence. We have to show emotion. That is an outlet. Do you realize that your emotions are outlets? Your emotion is something, it's an outlet because it shows what's going on internally. Now, the action that you take outside of that is something different. But your emotions, that's your external, what's the word? External view of what's happening inside. So if you're walking around happy, then people won't think you're happy all the time. Oh, and don't forget that we can be very good at covering up emotion too. Don't forget about that. So we can cover, hide, do all the things, and people will see whatever we put out there. And that's easy for somebody to be like, oh, she's fine. I just saw her. She was happy. She's fine. There's nothing wrong with her. But there really is something going on with you. You got to express your emotion. It's time out from bottling things up. You cannot bottle everything up anymore. You have got to express your emotions. You have got to check in. You have got to find you a partner, whether it's a husband, boyfriend, or even a good girlfriend. You got to find somebody to express how you're feeling. Somebody you can trust that's going to handle your emotions, who's going to walk you through those dark times. Somebody, you have to find somebody that will do that. You have to, because you stuffing it all in, holding on to everything is not beneficial. It is not beneficial at all. And if you don't have, and you know what? I ain't even going to say it like that, but you have to get you a therapist too. Because check this statistic out about Black women. This is according to the National Institutes of Health. 7.5 million Black women have been diagnosed with mental illness. Remember, I told you mental illness is just not the schizophrenia and personality disorders. Mental illness is also anxiety and depression. That's mental illness also. So 7.5 million Black women have been diagnosed with mental illness. And 7.5 million of Black women are undiagnosed. So it's split right down the middle. We got some that are being proactive and going to get therapy. And then we have others who's just walking around hurting, not telling anybody. That has to change. It has to. We are carrying everything. We are carrying. You've seen those camels, movies with camels in the desert. Let's say it's like an old Bible movie or something. You see them weighing down camels and donkeys with everything, their whole house. Okay? They're carrying everything. But guess what? They were built for that. You are not. You can do it. That's very easy for us to do it. It's easy for us to carry our family, our friends, our jobs, our businesses. It's easy for us to carry all of those people that we impact, but it's not what we're supposed to do. We are not supposed to do that. We are supposed to release some of those things. Think about what if you have children or if you don't have children. Consider what it's like for someone who is carrying a baby, and you get to that last trimester, that last 4 weeks of your pregnancy, and you are so uncomfortable. But imagine carrying that load the rest of your life. I don't, I think every woman would lose their mind. Oh, but let's also make it not just your baby, but your other family members and your friends and your job. And if you have a business, your business. So that's what? Quint is that quintuplets? That's you carrying 5 babies and one at one child, please. Okay. That is not going to happen. But I want you to think about what it's like carrying all of those people emotionally. That's no good. You can't carry all those people emotionally. Are you kidding me? That's no good. You got to get rid of it. You got to get rid of them. And with you carrying them, you're carrying their negative thoughts because you're probably the trusted confidant. So whatever they're going through, you pick it up. They go on about their business happy, refreshed after talking to you, and here you are weighed down, holding on to it. And their thing is going to grow within you because you accepted it. You accepted the load. So you accepted it, you're carrying it, and you're making it grow. And now their issues are becoming your issues. Yeah. Their issues are becoming your issues. And you going through things you have no idea why. Why is it happening to you? Because you picked up from them. And then you have those thoughts of, well, that person felt like they weren't good enough. Now you start to think that you aren't good enough. So everything that you do is being impacted by your thoughts. And then you start to behave accordingly. So you start to behave like you aren't good enough. So if there's an opportunity to be released from that stuff, you don't take it because you're holding on to stuff that's not yours, and you don't believe that you are good enough to receive the release of those things. So, not good enough goes on and on and on in every area of your life. And then you start to suffer from imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is the thought that you don't deserve anything good. You don't deserve good treatment. You don't deserve acknowledgement. You don't deserve anything. You're not good enough for that. Remember how I said in the before, and this isn't even just before. I've said it yesterday. I've had thoughts and have thoughts of who's gonna listen to me? Who am I? Ain't nobody gonna listen to me. What? Listen to me for what? I have those thoughts. That's imposter syndrome because I am just as good as anybody, whoever you think of, whoever you put on a pedestal. You are just as good. Just like God uses those people, he's using you too. So what? It looks a little different. Who cares? Let him use you. It's so many times. Like I said, even with coming up with this event, I was like, there is no way that I can sit here all day and maintain an audience of viewers that will listen to me. There's no way. Nobody is going to want to listen to me. Are you kidding me? No, that's not happening. Ain't no way. And all this time, last couple months, he's been breaking it down. You need to do this. You need to do this. And then because I wasn't listening, I would get examples. Different things that I see or different things that I hear. It's like, man, I wonder how their life would change if they knew somebody else was going through that. But yet, I was sitting there saying, nobody wants to hear from me. And then picking myself apart. Are you serious? Oh, my makeup, I can't do my makeup like that. No, they don't want to see no makeup tutorial from me. I can't talk eloquently. I don't know a lot of big words. Nobody's going to want to listen to what I got to say. And all I got to do is just talk. Because I got the skills. I can tell you how to get rid of this stuff. Because this is what I do. I got the skills. And it's evident throughout this whole program that I have written out. I just had to say, you know what? Forget it. I'm doing it. I have to do this because one, I'll be out of obedience. I'll be disobedient to what God has commanded me to do. And then two, I would be doing myself a disservice because if I did not get myself together and say I'm doing this, I would be probably miserable that I didn't do it. Like the battlefield, remember I said this is a literal battlefield. My mind, I would have been saying, you know what? I should have listened. I should have listened to you, God. And I would have been crying, trying to repent because I wasn't listening. And then I would say, but somebody else could talk about it. Somebody else could do it. They don't need to hear it from me. Somebody else got them. But then if I see somebody else giving out this message, I'm like, well, that's not what I would have said. That's not what I would have did. I had to do this so that I could be, nobody is going to give it to you like I'm giving it to you. My experience, yeah, somebody might have similar experiences, but my experience is my experience. Nobody else is going to have go through the things that I went through. I just sat here and told you about my experiences with depression and how all of that seed was planted in my mind and that it's generational. I just told you all of that. Nobody can give it to you the way I can give it to you, but I'm not saying it in a boastful way. I'm letting you know the battle that happens in my mind. And I'm sure you go through the same battle when it comes to whatever it is that you are supposed to be doing. You go through the same thing. So, one thing that's been helping me is therapy. Been going to therapy. That's one thing that's been helping me. The other thing that's been helping me is little by little, not even little by little, seeing God in different areas of my life and hearing Him talk to me. Before I came on, when I was getting myself ready, sorry, y'all, when I was getting myself ready, I was like, man, should I really do this? I could back out. Should I really do this? And I turned on my show. I have been watching The Chosen. If y'all got the Bible app, you can watch it on there. I've been watching it on Peacock too. Peacock has all 3 seasons. So I was watching the Bible, The Chosen. And it was an episode where, well, let me tell you what it is. The Chosen is a series about Jesus and his ministry and how his ministry developed and how he chose his disciples and all of their backstories and how everything started working together. That's what the Chosen is about. It's an amazing, fantastic show. You have to watch it. But I've been watching, I don't watch it about 2 or 3 times now. My family laughs at me, but they have no idea how that show is blessing my life and speaking to me. So the episode that I turned on was the episode where he sent the disciples out 2 by 2. And they were, well, we're not equipped. We only watch you do this. We can't do this. That was their response when Jesus was telling them that they were about to do signs and wonders by visiting the different places that he sent them to go. We can't do that. We're not rabbis. We're not this, we're not that. We're not you. And he said, I didn't choose you because you were well studied. I didn't choose you for that. I could have got anybody for that. I chose you because you're not. And that hit me. I was like, oh, wow. Isn't that interesting that I chose this episode to watch on this day? I chose you because I wanted you. He didn't. So in other words, he didn't choose them because they knew the Torah back and forth, and they went to by the Hebrew school Midrash or something like that. He didn't choose them for that. He chose them because they were not a spectacle. They were more willing to follow and listen to what he tells them to do. That's why he chose them. They all had something that was effective for the ministry, but also They all had that hunger to know more about God and how they can live their life according to Him. That's why He chose them. So I'm saying that to say that helped me today, just a few hours ago when I was getting ready. That helped me because I was like, I was going back out. But then in my mind, I was like, no, I can't back out. I done posted about this. My mother-in-law, she was my marketing director. She was telling all these people in our family about it, and they were saying stuff to me, and I was like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Come to find out, she was telling everybody about it. So I got that. I have the commitment that I made to God that I was going to do this. I had to do this. So hearing those words, it was a aha. Okay. It was calming. Ain't no turning back. And then he said he gave them the authority to do it. The authority. You have it within you to do it. Because it was placed there. Oh, you know what? I do have something to say. That was the other aha moment. Because even though I got a tablet full of notes, I was like, there is no way that I'm going to be able to sit here and talk all day. There is no way I can do that. But there is a way because he already gave me the words. So what did I do? I said my prayer before pressing go live, and here I am. Talking to you at this moment about mental health and imposter syndrome. Here I am. Encouraging you that you aren't the only one that goes through these things, and letting you know that, hey, there's somewhere on the other side. There's light at the end of the tunnel. There's a silver lining around the dark cloud. Like that, it's there. It is there, and you see it. You know it's there. I'm here to help you get to it. So if you have any issues with any of the things I was talking about, depression, anxiety. Anxiety is crippling also. Let me just say that. Anxiety is very crippling because anxiety will introduce fear, and fear will stop you from doing everything that you need to do. It will. So, anxiety, the nervousness that you feel, a lot of times for people, that nervousness uh will really make them not move, not do what they are supposed to be doing. It will. So you have to go to therapy. And I hope that you get a good therapist. A way that you would know a good therapist would be someone that's going to listen, that's not that does not have so much to say to make you feel an impact with their words, but someone who is going to listen to you and provide you with the tools that you need to get through the time that you're in. Somebody's going to be patient with you, but at the same time, going to kick you in the pants. Your therapist isn't your friend. Your friends will coddle you. Your therapist will gently push you, to get you to move. You got to be the one to make that decision, though. You have to be the one that is going to accept the therapy. You have to be the one that's going to accept the tools. You have to be that one. They can't make you do it. You got to be make that decision to do it. So, your therapist will listen more than talk. That's what your therapist will do. They will listen more than they talk. And you will see changes in your life. I'll say by the second or third session, you will start to see changes. They are going to give you homework, and you better do the work. I'm saying you better do the work, because if you don't do the homework, what is the point of you going to therapy? You will have things that you need to do. If you're trying to get better, if you're trying to heal, then you need to do it. There is no excuse. I can tell you, I give clients homework, and if I remember, because I sometimes forget to notate that I gave them homework, but if I remember in the next session, I'll ask about the homework. Hey, did you do your homework? And if they tell me no, well, why not? They give me their excuse. Okay, that's your decision. Okay. And then as time goes by and we're in the session, and they say something like, oh, I don't understand why, I'll say, that's what the homework was for. So that, I try to be fun with my clients, and say, get them to relax a little bit. So I'll joke with them. But I'm telling you, you have to do the homework. You can have therapy and sit there and just talk. That is fine too. But leave your therapist some time to work through the things that you talked about. Okay? Work through it with you. All right. So, does anybody have any questions about mental health? I think I covered everything, but does anybody have any questions about mental health? About imposter syndrome? Imposter syndrome is a big deal, but it's ways that you can fight it. You challenge those negative thoughts, those thoughts that you have that you're not good enough. Well, what proof do you have that you're not? You need evidence to back up those beliefs. Can you provide evidence? You can't. Oh, okay, that's an anxious thought. Get rid of it by replacing it with something that is positive. So if the thought is, I I'm not good enough, then the positive replacement is, um I am more than good enough. I deserve good things. You got it. That's how you have to do it. If your negative thought is, nobody's going to listen to me. Well, what facts do you have to back up that belief? Has there been a time where you're talking and people don't want to listen? Okay, if you say yes, what was the situation? Were they busy doing other things? Then, if they were, that doesn't really count, because you're trying to have a conversation with somebody when they're doing something else. You really have to walk through step by step. You got to walk through canceling those negative thoughts just like that. And then you have another tool, the word. The word tells you that you are children of the Most High. Well, consider what being a child of the Most High is like. What is that? What would you consider the advantages of being a child of the Most High? Well, you are unconditionally loved. You can have anything that you want because He will provide it for you if it's in His will. You are healed and whole and made clean. You got to tell yourself this stuff. Okay? Y'all good? Okay, so right now we're going to take a short break. Let's see. We could be back at 12. And then when we come back at 12, we will jump into relationships. If while we're going and you have what is it called? A question, then drop it in the chat. Drop your question in the chat. Okay. All right, y'all. I will be back at 12. Hey guys, I'm back. I'm super. How did you think the first part of this went? How do you guys think this went? Put your answer in the chat so I know. How do you think everything has gone so far? I think it was going good. Had a little break, got to hang out with my baby for a second. Almost came back late because I lost track of time. He'll be making a special appearance shortly. I'll let him come and check it out. I mean, say something. He wants to come and see y'all now. So we're back in effect, and we are talking about now one of my most favorite subjects, and that is relationships. Y'all know I am a relationship and dating coach and a marriage counselor, couples counselor. I am certified to do premarital counseling, uh, all of the things. I am I do, okay? So before we jump in, you can invite some people to come watch with you. Um Anything else I need to say to y'all? And for those of you who are new, I am Ashley J. I am a wife, mother, um, therapist, relationship and dating coach, couples therapist, speaker, author, all of the things. And it's Ashley J's was started out because of relationships. But it actually the very original startings, the beginning of it's Ashley J's. It started out as a blog, and I still have some articles from my blog on my website. It's ashleyj.com, but it started out as a blog, and I wrote about everything pretty much. I pretty much wrote about everything. And then time went on, things started to evolve, and I started writing just about relationships. And then started my YouTube channel. For those of you who are on YouTube, you are watching from my channel, and it's Ashley J's. And then I was doing different things on there at first. I was talking about vac. Did I talk about vac? I wrote about vacations, but on the YouTube channel, I talked about beauty. I talked about relationships. I talked about uh I can't remember. It was really just those two, honestly. So those were the things that I talked about, and I really loved it. But then God was like, "I need you to just focus on relationships." So I was like, "Okay." So here we are, a few years later, and I am just using my gift, which is I am gifted in the area of relationships. And there's times where I'm like, should I be? Because we go through ups and downs. Like in marriage, you go through ups and downs, but it doesn't change anything except my experience. Okay. I am more experienced in things now than I ever was before. So that is my thing about relationships, and I just remembered something that I needed to show you guys. Uh and I don't have it up, so but I'm super excited about talking about relationships because it's my thing. I love relationships. So the first thing I want to talk to you guys about is attachment styles. So attachment styles That is how you think about and behave in relationships. And the way that your behavior expresses how you attach to your partner, your significant other. So there are four different types of attachment styles. You have secure, which is the one that everybody, goes for in their relationships. And you have avoidant, anxious, and anxious avoidant. So when you have a secure relationship, the reason why secure is the one that everybody needs to go after is because secure relationships are relationships that are healthy, like really, really healthy relationships. Okay. So with secure relationships, also, let me pause for a second. Also, with attachment styles, your attachment style is created in your childhood. So, how you attach to your parents or whoever your caregiver was, that's how you're going to attach in romantic relationships. So, a secure attachment, that means the person engages in healthy relationships with good intimacy, communication, and autonomy, expresses needs well, trusts their partner, and finds the relationship fulfilling. Those are the healthy relationships. That's what a healthy relationship looks like. And the characteristics of a secure attachment style is committed to relationship, but you're independent, attentive, affectionate, and accepting, and able to handle and resolve conflict. That's what a secure attachment style looks like. Okay, so that's let me paint a picture for you. So that's two people who are together, and they are very vulnerable with one another. They're accepting of one another. They communicate well, which we're going to talk about communication. They communicate well, but they also have the right to how do I want to say this? They have the right to go as they please. Okay. So you are committed to the relationship, but you are also independent. Can I tell you that in your relationships, it is okay for you to be independent? I recommend that you are independent in your relationships. You do not have to do everything that your partner does. You can be independent. You can go on your girls' trips. You can go meet friends for lunch. Whatever it means to be independent for you, that is allowed in a healthy relationship. Okay. Because trust is in that relationship. You have trust in your partner. Your partner is okay with you going to have a good time because they know that you respect your relationship and you will come back to your relationship. Okay. So trust is in the relationship. That's why you're okay. It's okay to be independent. When trust is not in the relationship, then you got a different type of attachment. Okay. And when you guys are together, then you find that the relationship is fulfilling. You're satisfied with your relationship. That's attachment styles. Okay. And I talked about this last week. Uh I touched on it. I didn't really talk about it. I touched on attachment styles last week and said on the Love Experience show. And I said that I was going to do a show about it. So I'm giving you the material for the show that I have not done yet on attachment styles. Okay. So the next you have insecure attachments. And as I said, that's your anxious, avoidant, and anxious avoidant attachment styles. And this is, again, built on from your childhood. So you have a secure attachment, then you were able to, you were brought in, you were raised, I don't want to say brought up, you were raised in a way that was very productive, a way that provided you with your independence, but also you are emotionally intelligent. You were raised to communicate well. You were raised to find the satisfaction in life. You were raised to not look at things in a I always say this, but in a doom and gloom way, but you were raised to see things in a healthy way. Okay? That is your attachment styles. Excuse me. So, um and your parents, you were okay with your parents leaving you for, or your caregivers leaving you for an amount of time. You were fine with it. Nothing was wrong with you when they left you. You were good. You carry that on in your romantic relationships, i.e., you are independent and autonomous. Okay. So for anxious attachment types, that is worries about their partner's availability and commitment, often feels incomplete without their partner, and may seek excessive reassurance or struggle with jealousy. Then the characteristics: distrustful of partner and relationship, afraid of abandonment, rejection, and conflict, and sensitive to criticism and hungry for approval. So, do you know what type of child this person was? This was a child that did not feel a lot of love and approval from their parent. Parent may not have known how to give it, or the parent uh thought they were giving it, but they really weren't. So this person is always looking for an attaboy or attagirl, looking for that pat on the back. This person is always looking for that. And then they, if they don't get it the way they want to receive it, then they will believe, okay, well, you must be talking to somebody else, or you must be cheating on me. You must be up to no good. And they question the commitment because their partner has to go to work. We got to work. Okay. And they feel like if they're not home, then their partner is not considering them. And they question their commitment. You know, that's the person. I'm trying to think of a movie because I'm a big movie buff, but I can't, there's no movie coming to mind right now. But that's a person that is extremely clingy. And if they cannot uh, get their fulfillment or get the things that they need, their acceptance that they need, then they pitch a fit badly. Okay. So, and they feel like they need another person to complete them instead of coming into the situation complete. That's why I say, in the past, I have said, you don't need, there is no, you complete me. No, you need to go into this thing complete, because if you don't, then you will exhibit anxious attachment. And that is not, that's tiring. It's tiresome to have to constantly give somebody acceptance and approval when they should already have it. You know what you're bringing to the table. You don't need that other person to tell you. It's nice to be affirmed. That's one thing. But it's another thing to constantly do things just so you can get approval. Okay. And if somebody tells you, hey, I need you to ease back a little bit, I need you to give me some space. If that person hears that, then the world is over. The world is over, and I end up trying to figure out what I've done wrong, and why aren't you, happy with me? Why can't you accept me the way that I am? That is how that person is. And I can admit there have been times where I expressed this type of attachment. There were times, I would say more so in my younger years, that I would feel like this. Okay. Like I said in the start of this whole thing, I never seen my parents together. So I would see my dad every other weekend. And every other weekend was a little, it wasn't enough. Okay. It wasn't enough. And I was constantly seeking approval from a man and fulfillment from a relationship. That's why I was sad when I wasn't in relationships, because I felt like I needed a relationship to complete me and to show me who I really was. And that is not the truth. Okay. So then you have avoidant. This person can come across as aloof and emotionally detached. They tend to avoid intimacy, vulnerability, and commitment, often spending time away from their partner. So, well, let me give you the characteristics before I tell you who this person is. And they are overly rigid, guarded, and distant, uncomfortable with emotions and conflict, difficulty expressing needs and wants. So, I don't know if you ever checked out any of my videos on my YouTube channel, but I talk about a toxic relationship that I was in. And that is exactly who this person was. Everything that they said about what an avoidant attachment person is, that's who he was. Um, didn't really get real intimate with me, was hardly ever vulnerable. His commitment was shaky, and he would always want to spend time away from me. That would be those times when he would come up with this imaginary issue and break up with me for really, it was really just a weekend, and that was twofold. Okay. But that was, there his commitment was shaky. Okay. He was okay with spending time away from me. And he was extremely guarded, and he was a little distant. He was a lot distant. And he would never really express his emotions. If he expressed his emotions, it was surface emotions. He didn't really express emotions with me because of whatever reason. He believed that I don't know, whatever. I can't think for him, but that is exactly what how he was with me. Um so yeah, avoiding intimacy. That was a tough relationship to be in, because you had somebody who was anxiously attached with somebody who was avoidantly attached, and you mix those two together, and that is toxic. That is extremely toxic. Okay. It is bad. It's no good. It is no good being in that type of situation. It's no good. It's so bad. Okay. So that is what that person is. Okay. So then you have anxious avoidant. That's all of those two wrapped in one person. Okay. So alternates between anxious and avoidant attachment. Simultaneously desires and distrusts intimacy with their partner, resulting in contradictory, inconsistent behavior. And the characteristics of that person: tendency toward emotional extremes, difficulty maintaining healthy boundaries, prone to high conflict relationships. Excuse me. So, I hate you, but I love you. I need you, but I want to be away from you. That is a person that is confusing. They are confused themselves, but the person that they end up with they're extremely confused. Okay. That person is confusing. They don't know what they want to do, and it shows in their behavior. And their behavior is up and down, just like their feelings. They're up and down. Their behavior is up and down. And they either are really, really high in loving you, or they're all the way down here to hate. It's nothing in between. I love you, I hate you. Like I said, I hate you, but I love you. And you cannot have someone who bounces back and forth like that and understands what boundaries are. That is not going to work. There's no boundaries with this person. Okay. And if you try to set boundaries for them, they will constantly overstep their boundaries. Those boundaries that you have set for them, they will overstep them. Okay. And it's inevitable that they're going to have a high conflict relationship. It is what it is. That's what's going to happen with that person. They will always have these difficulties with maintaining peace in a relationship because they have no peace within themselves. And that's what it is. Okay. And I got all of this is actually one of the tools that I use with clients, with couples. I use this tool. And this from this website that we go to, Therapist Aid. So this is a tool, and I like to have couples to pick out, where do they think they fall? What attachment style do you think you have when it comes to this? So it's easy for me to find out your attachment style so that we can figure out how to get you into a healthier place, i.e., secure attachment. Okay. Most people have a primary attachment style, but it's common to have some traits from other styles. So you could be anxious, but you can also have traits from avoidant, or you can have traits of secure. Okay. Um, Early parenting, childhood events, and adult experiences all play a role in determining attachment styles. Everything we do in relationships, we are learning throughout life, but it starts from your parents' way of raising you. It starts from childhood, and different events dictate how you are in relationships. Okay. Um, People with insecure attachment can become more secure by adopting new beliefs and behaviors. So the way you adopt those new beliefs and behaviors is start to work on yourself. Do the work on yourself. Feel fulfillment on your own. Get to that place on your own first, because the more you get there, the less you will expect somebody to fulfill you. The more that you learn that, or not learn, but understand that people have things that they need to do and they don't have time to be sitting up under you all day, the more you become more secure. Okay. Partners in a relationship can influence each other's attachment styles, either negatively or positively. So I'll go back to that relationship I was telling y'all about. So I, that person, because he was so avoidant, it was so easy for him to think, be away from me. Um, there were things that I picked up from him. I was not a jealous girlfriend before. When I first started dating, I was cool with my boyfriend having female friends, and I'm cool. I'm back at that place now, but I was cool with my boyfriend. I wasn't that girl. I wasn't jealous. I didn't whatever. You got friends, you know what's up. Like I'm your girlfriend. You know how to make the distinction. So I was okay. But when I met that dude, and I told him I am not the jealous type, He said, "Oh, we'll see about that." And he made it his mission to make me jealous. And I became jealous. And I was like, I remember this day because it was like it was like he really needed me to be jealous. I don't need it for what? Why am I going to be jealous? But by the end of the relationship, I was jealous because he did things that made me uncomfortable on purpose with other women. And it was also that he could uh I don't want to say teach me a lesson, but so he could make me jealous, fulfill that goal that he had to make me jealous. He believed he was God's gift to women, first of all. So I will say that. He thought he was God's gift to women. And because he felt like he was God's gift to women, um, everybody wanted him. Now, he is a good looking guy. Okay. As you can see, I rarely mess with people that were not good looking. I had my little moment when I was like, oh, well, maybe I will try to date the not so cute guy. I had that moment because I'm like, well, he's still a person. It might be okay because these cute guys give me a pain in the butt. So, but that didn't mean anything. Anyway, so so he was nice looking. Yes, Kathy, he wanted power over me. And that was his way of getting me to fall to his demands. That was his way of doing it. So we had our issues. We always were arguing back and forth. Like it was dumb. It was so dumb. And it was a waste of time. It was a relationship I had no business being in. But I was hard headed. I seen all the red flags and I made the exception. How many times have you seen the red flags in people that you were dating and you ignored them just so that you can be with that person because you thought they had something to offer you? When we were having our first conversation, first in-depth conversation, the things that he was saying to me, I was like, there is no way I could be with this dude. This is crazy. And then now remember when I was talking to you about mental health, remember the other side, the battle between what I want to do and what I know I should do. Okay. So I was in that battle with him, with my mind, and the red flags were flaring. I mean, it was like fireworks going off. And I said by the end of that conversation, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna give it a shot because some of the things he said sound real good, but it was no good for me. Okay, so those times when he wanted to break up on the weekend out of the blue or start an argument out of the blue that make me want to say, you know what, I can't deal with this. During those times, okay, it was I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my tablet straight. It was ridiculous. And we would break up and then get back together. Like it was stupid. It was so dumb. Why are we breaking up? Like why are we breaking up to just get back together? There's no need for that. If I'm gonna break up with you, I need to stay away from you. So then he would come back and talk his sweet talk and be seductive, and I fall right back into the trap. That's how it happened. Okay. So maybe this is, gives you a clue of what avoidant relationships are like. And then on my side, like I told you, I was anxiously attached at times. On my side, it was torture because I was like, oh, I don't ever want to lose him. I need him. I'm so bored when it's just me. Child, please. If I could go back to Ashley then, I would tell her, go on about your business. this is not for you. Okay, those red flags that you see, those fireworks that you're seeing, hey, that's your signal. Uh-uh. Leave it alone. Go away from it. I would tell her that. That's what I would say to her. But that after we broke up, I decided I had, my time of healing. I told y'all about that. Our time of healing. Yep, just like that, Kathy. My time of healing. That helped me, but it helped me so that I can get rid of those traits that I picked up from him. Okay. Always feeling like I need to fight. That kind of always been with me, but it was different in this relationship. I say that. So it is extremely important that you maintain your individuality and your independence, because when you are in a relationship, especially married ladies, tell me if I'm right, especially when you are in a marriage, you can get lost. And even those of you who are in um unmarried relationship, but I guess a committed relationship for years, you can get lost and you can lose your individuality, you can lose your independence. It's extremely easy for that to happen, but you got to maintain it. So that's why, before, if you're single, before you get married, you need to be whole before you go down that road. And when I say you need to be whole, you need to go to therapy, figure out who you are, and work on those areas that are broken. We all have some broken areas. It may look different for everybody, but we all have broken areas, all of us. So you heal those broken areas. You figure out who you are. That's important. It's important to figure out who you are, because you don't want your identity to come from the fact that you are married. You don't want that for your identity. Your identity needs to be separate from your marriage, because before you got with your husband, he was an individual and so were you. There's areas where everything will mesh together and you guys will become one, but you still need to be an individual. You still have the things that you like. You still have the things that um are what makes you you. So for me, things that I like, even though I have gone through a lot of transformations since my marriage, but things that I like, I love talking about relationships. I love this. This is me. I flourish in this area. Always have. I was always the person that people came to, my friends would come to, and ask me relationship advice. Even when I was single, they would come and ask me. I was always that person, for whatever reason. Well, not for whatever reason, because that's who God made me to be. But I have always been that person, even like more so after I graduated high school. But it kind of started when I graduated, when I was in high school. I was always that person. And I could give really good sound advice. And I would be saying to myself, where did that come from? But it would help them. So that's one thing about me. Another thing about me is that I can be very serious at times, but I can also be a goofball. It just so happens that I married a goofball, so I don't have to be the goofball too much. But I can be silly. I can be serious and I can be silly. What else? I am very, very, very big on Taking care of myself, as in making sure I don't have any BO and making sure I was just clean in a hygienic way. And I'm gonna tell you why. I told you I'm gonna be very vulnerable. So when I was a kid, I started to have BO. And when I tell you I started, I was like, how old was I? I was like 5 years old wearing deodorant. Like legit, like that was a thing for me. I had to wear deodorant at 5. So for because I have hormone imbalances and that's caused like, facial hair and stuff like that. So I had that stuff. I had those issues. So therefore I am very conscious of my BO. Like that became who I am. I am very big on that. I can be who else am I? Lord. I am somebody that likes to be seen, but I'm okay if I'm not seen. Stick with me. So I I I like for people to see me because I went a long time believing that nobody saw me. And I'm okay if I'm not seen right away. I'm okay. I don't have to be the center of attention all the time. But I have my moments when I want to be seen. That is part of my makeup. And that kind of can cause a little rift in a marriage because it's not one person that needs to be seen, as two people. But that's part of who I am. I am very spiritual. I take my spiritual gifts very seriously. And if I feel like I am disconnected from God, if I'm not hearing him, I feel disconnected, and that impacts how I interact not just with him but with other people. Very spiritual, okay? If you have not been able to tell that, you watch my videos that I put on my social media and even some of my videos on my YouTube channel. I'm very very spiritual, okay? I don't play about my relationship with God. um so that's just a little bit of who I am, cuz for I'm drawing a blank on everything, but that's a little bit of who I am. But those areas that were broken before I got into a relationship, they needed to be healed because one, the type of husband that I have, if I came in broken, it would I'm trying not to say it to make it seem like he's a monster because he's not. But if I came into the relationship broken, then I would easily quit. I'll just say that. It would be very easy for me to quit this relationship. But yes, I've been at times where I had to decide, am I staying in this or not? But also, there's more I'm staying in this than it is I'm not. Okay. Um, he, my husband, he's a goofball. The family knows him as this. He's very silly, but also his serious side. My husband is very strong. He has the strength that if I'm broken, it could overpower me. I'll say it like that. If I came into this broken, it would overpower me. And I wasn't completely whole when I got with him because I was still searching for who I was. I was still searching for what I'm called to do. I still was searching. Even after we got married, I was still searching because one, I was running away from who I truly am. I told you I love relationships, and God had told me a long time ago that I was going to be a couples therapist, but I was trying to run from it. I wasn't trying to be a therapist, but here I am. a therapist, a couples therapist. And not only am I a couples therapist, I'm a relationship and dating coach. So go figure. I tried to run from it and he gave me a double or triple of what I was going to be. So anything that involves relationship, that's who I am. Like I want people to learn from me. That's how deep it is because I have things to offer. So if I am in a relationship where I'm not going to learn from mistakes that are made or learn from the growing pains of relationship, I would have nothing to talk about. I had no business being with that other guy I was telling y'all about, but even though I was with him and wasn't supposed to be, I still had lessons that I learned that I can bring to you. So, um you have to be completely whole. You got to be completely whole in relationships. You cannot go into into marriage or be in a marriage expecting somebody to be your other half. No, you got to come in as a whole. Be letting somebody be your other half is unfair to them because now they have the responsibility of creating someone that they didn't create. You were made by your parents. It's unfair to have your spouse be the one to finish the process. Y'all grow together. You are not a science project. He is not supposed to make you grow. Things will happen when you get with the right person in that relationship. You will evolve together, and there are some things that lie dormant within you before you get into that relationship that once you get into the right relationship they are awakened. Those things exist. Okay, you may come up with what am I trying to say? You may understand your calling a little more when you get in relationship with somebody, the right person. There are people that's designated to bring it out of you. 100% believe that. But you have to have you have to have the knowledge of who you are, because like I said, it's unfair to expect your spouse to be the one to make you. You are the one, you are the creation starts with you. And what I mean by that is, as I've been saying, we are the incubators, we are the nurturers. You give us something, a seed, and we will make it grow. So you you are the seed carrier. You have the, you will grow that seed and help it to mature, just like when you have a baby. Okay? So there are there's things that you're going to have to cultivate before you get in a marriage. You have to, I can't stop saying this, you got to be whole. It is so important because there will be, imagine being in a relationship and your partner, husband or boyfriend or whatever you are, your partner will, he has trouble, and you guys are able to mold, not mold each other, but help each other. If you do not have a clear understanding of your individuality and your who you are, then you won't be able to help your partner when they're going through that trouble. Okay? Because there's something that makes up you that can help him get to a better place. Does that make sense? Y'all let me know. I gotta take a sip. So there's something that you have, that you possess, within you that helps you um, help other people, help your partner grow. So going back to the individuality and knowing who you are before getting into a relationship, you're going to want to have that because um you're not it's not going to always be received that when you're in a healthy relationship, it's not going to always be received that you want to just be with them. What makes you happy? What makes you enjoy life? You can't find that through somebody else. You have to already know what that is. What makes you happy? What makes you more creative? Are you creative? That's something that I'm learning about myself now. I am a creative person. Never thought of myself like that before, I'll say last few years. Never thought of myself as someone that was creative. I always thought creativity just that came with family members that I had. Everybody else was creative except for me. But I got to a place where I had to realize you got some creativity too. And I am Mildred, I don't know if Brooks or Mildred Walker. I think she was Walker when she passed. I am Mildred Walker's granddaughter. I have no excuse but to be creative because my grandmother was extremely creative. My grandmother, she was a clothing designer. She was had a hair salon. She was an entrepreneur. Uh she had a lot. She made hats. Like my grandmother was the embodiment of creativity. And I never thought that I was creative until the last few years. Always had these desires to do different things, but those desires were in a way where I'm not the one creating it. I could probably tell somebody possibly how to create it. But I had to realize, hold up, sis, you have creativity too. There were people that tried to tell me I wasn't very creative. What? You know what? I got an attitude about that. So I am creative. That was one of the things that I recently learned about myself. That I am creative. I have a lot of things that I can birth out. A lot of things that help me be my authentic self, and creativity is one of them. Um, so that's something that has served its purpose in my relationship because I was able to create moments with my husband that I didn't create with anybody else. First of all, second of all, um, they made those times extremely special, and I embraced that. Could he benefit from somebody else being creative? Maybe, I guess. But guess what? I'm the creativity. I'm the one that it's me. Okay. So that was part of me being an individual because I those there were when I first moved here, we had conversations about I needed to find a hobby. I needed to find something to do that where I wasn't always just around him. So that meant I had to figure out more so who I was. Because if I need a hobby, if I got to get a hobby, then I need to know what I like to do. And I know I don't like to shop. Some women say their hobby is shopping. That is not my hobby. I am not going from store to store unless I have to. Like I just did that recently and it wiped me out. And I was running through those stores so fast because I can't being in stores all the time. That is not me. I like clothes. I like to get clothes, but being a shopper like that, like my mom, she's a shopper. No. Her and my sister, they are the shoppers. I can't. I will find something online and call it a day. I'm not running into the mall all the time just because. Like I'm not. That's not what I'm doing. So, um, what did I come up with? Oh, I went back to school. That was the thing that I ended up doing. I went back to school. I going back to school was something that I did not think I was going to do, and I have told I told Tariq this. I'm like, I never thought I would consider going back to school to finish up my bachelor's program. That after that whole debacle in Temple, I was done with school. School was not on my radar, and it wasn't for about 6 years. I think 6 years it took me 6 years to say, you know what, I'm gonna go back to school because he was like, you need to find a hobby. So went back to school, and lo and behold, while I was in school about to graduate, my I had the inkling to go back to school again to continue my education. So that's how I ended up in my master's program. Cause God was like, yeah, you gonna have to keep going. I'm not done with you going to school yet. Oh, I thought I was just getting a bachelor's. He was like, no. So even after that, like I had to do a Venn diagram. Y'all know what a Venn diagram is. It's the diagram where you have two circles that overlap a little bit in the middle. And the middle is the how was it? The middle is the thing that you like the most or something like that. And you had these other thoughts in the other circles. So made a Venn diagram going back and forth about what I wanted to do because while I was in school, I did I tried my hand at different courses. I tried my hand. I was going to be a double major, and I was going to do project management because I thought, hey, that would be a great idea. Become project manager. Then I didn't want it. Uh, then I took a class on movies. I cannot remember the name of the class, but it was a film class. I love movies. Why not? I could be a critic or something. And that was a cool class. I enjoyed that class, but that's not the direction I was supposed to go in. So my major ended up being because I was like, well, I started out on this psychology major. Let me just finish this major. So I did forensic psychology because I wanted to work in the FBI. I wanted to be a profiler. Like it was a lot. Okay. Meanwhile, I was getting these certifications, doing different things. Like when I dove into school or dove into learning, I got completely soaked. Like I was in there. I was in there. Okay. And he told me get a hobby. By the time I got done with my hobby, he was exhausted because I was going back and forth about what I was going to do. But it turns out, things are falling in line just the way they're supposed to. So now we're not we're together often, but I don't have to be under him all the time. You see what I'm saying? I have things now to keep me busy. I have things now to shift my focus from just solely being Tariq's wife to being Ashley. Things that makes me an individual. Things that help me be independent. I have those things in place now that I decided to be obedient and become a therapist or just go back to school. Okay. So I have that. My business was birthed out was created out of my hobby. When I started my business, I was, I think I was in my master's program. So I essentially had two babies. I had Marquise first, and then after was he one yet? I can't even, he was almost one when I started my business. So I essentially had two babies, and both of them keep me busy. Okay. Um, and Tarika's cool with it. It's times where I spent way more time on my business than I should have, but and we've talked about those times, and I, navigated through those waters. But he is very supportive. He is very supportive, and it helps us to have a healthy relationship because we both have our things. We both have the thing that keeps us independent. It is working. So it's a great, amazing idea for you to maintain your independence and your individuality. Do the things that refresh you, replenish you, so that you can be the best version of yourself in your relationship, whatever that is. One thing that I cannot wait to get back to doing is going to the hair salon every 2 weeks. I cannot wait to do that. Had to take a little break from that, but I'm gonna get back to it. But that was one of the things that I truly enjoyed. Something, it was more than just going to do my get my hair done so I don't have to do it. It was way more than that. For me, it was my independence because, and it was part of who I am because I love looking good. I love my hair. And my relationship with my hair is I could wear a short. I loved having short hair. Child, that short hair was everything. It was so easy for me. So I loved having short hair. But also, I just loved the creativity that my stylist brought with my short hair. I had mohawks, I had a pixie, I had a bowl cut, I had so many things. I was doing so much because that was who I am. Trying different things, doing different colors. Like I love now. I ain't gonna do blue or nothing like that. Like the other people that do that, you can have that. That's not me. But I loved my blonde hair. As you can see, my braids got is blonde. And you see in that picture, my hair is blonde. I love having blonde hair. But I also love having these creative, funky styles that I would find like, hey, can we do this? And we would do it. And it would be so cute. I loved it because it helped me feel like me. And it was a bonus that I did not have to do my hair all the time. Okay. That was a great bonus because I hate doing my hair. But we've had to do it at home. But I that was what I loved. And even when I was working out all the time, at that point, that made me feel good also. That made me feel like this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Taking care of my body. That was an excellent thing that I was doing. Okay. Um, but those were the things that helped me present in my relationship the best version of me. There is no better confidence booster than coming home from the salon. Like y'all know you walk out of the hair salon and can't nobody can tell you anything. Okay? You can walk out the salon and feel like a new person. Totally new person. You can. And it's great. It is a great feeling. So, and because of that feeling, I can come back home in confidence that and having a confidence that I didn't have before leaving home, and be more confident with my husband. I would be confident to the point where he would tell me, "Babe, I don't like that style." It didn't really matter to me. Cuz it is what I wanted. It made me feel good. It made me feel empowered. When I first cut my hair, it was right before we got married. I first cut my hair. It was breaking out in the back a little bit. My hair was very long. It was all the way down my back. And it started to break out a little bit. So I was like, just cut it. And my stylist, Deshanka, she was like, what, cut it? What do you mean? Cut it off. Just cut it. It's hair, it'll grow back. Are you sure? She was checking with me multiple times to make sure I was sure that I wanted to cut my hair, because we did all this work for my hair to grow down my back. And once it did, I was like, yeah, we're good. Cut it off. And she's very scissor happy. So I could not have said anything better to her than to cut my hair off. And I came home. I got my pixie. It was like a 90s cut, like I was in the 90s. Actually, it ended up being like a style that Denise had early on in the Cosby Show. Okay, so I had my pixie cut, my 90s cut. Came home. We were going to see, I think it was called the Black and Brown tour, and I walked in the door, and he looked at me, rolled his eyes, and left. He was so upset that I cut my hair, because I ain't really talked to him about it. I just was like, well, my hair is breaking off, so we got to cut it. He didn't think we was going to cut it that short. And I cut my hair short. Like, I loved it. It was so freeing. And he got himself together. He came back home, and, he was like, I'm upset that you cut your hair. But I was like, it's hair. It'll grow back if I wanted to. So, and I kept my short hair for some years. I was loving it. But I did tell him, once I had, our child, I'll let my hair grow out. So I kept my hair short like the first maybe 2 years of his life. And then I was like, okay, well, let me follow through my word, and I'm going to let it grow. So here we are. Hair is growing. But I said all of that to say I was very that was those moments when I left after I cut my hair or after I color my hair, that made me feel so good. So good. And I would come home and I would be sassy, and I would feel good. I have so much confidence. Please. I loved it. I loved having my short hair. And it helped in our relationship, because I could go through a moment where, I'm maybe not feeling the best, or I'm upset because of something that happened, an argument or whatever. I go to the salon. I don't have to tell nobody about it, but just being there in that environment, that changed the whole day for me. The entire day. And I come back home happy, a new woman. Yes, Kathy, self-care is beautiful. And that was my self-care. And there's things that I'm going to continue to implement into my self-care routine. Here's something that was very simple to me. We got body brushes, right? And then I don't know if y'all know this. I saw this when I went to Target and I grabbed it. Dove has body scrubs. So I grabbed a scrub, and I love taking my shower and using my scrub. It makes me feel, my skin feels so great. And it feels so good, especially after like shaving my legs or whatever, and I rub the scrub on it. Oh my gosh, it feels so good. Or using the brush, putting the scrub on a brush. This might be excessive, but whatever. I put the scrub on the brush and I just scrub my whole body with the brush. I love it. My skin feels wonderful. My skin feels wonderful. You too, Kathy. I love it. My skin feels so good when I scrub it with my body brush. I love it. Absolutely love it. Um, and so when I get out the shower, or even if I go to bed, when I take my shower at night, and when I go to bed, um, and I do that routine in the shower before going to bed, I love it. I feel like I sleep really good. And then I have Dr. Teal's uh night lotion. When I tell you that is a combination of good sleep, I y'all I go to bed with a smile on my face. I love it. So those are things that I'm stuck on this topic. Let me move on. Those are things that you can do to see what makes you happy and what makes you feel independent. Um that lotion, the Dr. Teal's lotion, has lavender in it, melatonin in it, cocoa butter, and some other essential oils in it. It's magnificent. I sleep so good when I put that lotion on. Um, so you maintain your hobbies, and then you know, just like every relationships will have their ebbs and flows. There will be times when you guys are in a really good place. There's those times, but then there's those times when you can't stand each other. It happens. That's part of being in a relationship. It happens. And I need to say this: do not feel like you need to break up with your partner because y'all are in the valley. No. That the valleys create strength in your relationship. The valleys show you what you're really made of and how you can improve your relationship. Those valleys, they suck. Surely they suck, but they teach you so many lessons. The valleys has that I've gone through in my relationship, they've shown me how to connect with my husband in another way. They showed me that the things that you were doing, you're going to have to pivot and try something else. They bring us closer together. After this last valley that we were in, we have been in a much, much better space. Our relationship has gotten stronger because of that. We we are much more healthy being in that space because of that valley. Those valleys, do not let the valleys break you. They are going to happen no matter how healthy of a relationship you have. The thing that helps you maintain your marriage, your relationship during those times is your communication. That is how you connect. You have to talk about the things that you are feeling in those valleys. You have to talk about how your partner's behavior, somebody else's behavior is affecting you. You have to talk about that in the valleys. Don't hold on to it. You got to talk about it. How are things going to get fixed if y'all don't talk about it? If you don't know what is making your relationship the way it is, you have to talk about it. It is so important. I'm telling y'all, it's so important to get back to a place where you are connected, because that connection is important. You can't be in a healthy relationship without your connection. I can tell you, you have a marriage or a relationship where people are not connected, you have a dead situation. And then you come to people like me to want to help you, but there never was a connection. So now we have to go and lift the house off of the ground because we got to establish the foundation. And that foundation is your connection, it's your intimacy. There's intimacy in places that y'all don't think about. Intimacy is way more than sex. Sex is a form of communication and a form of connection, yes. But there are other areas that you can be intimate in, like your intellect. You guys can talk about your what am I trying to say? You can talk about the thoughts that you have, the ideas that you have. Like I just talked about this on Thursday on the Love Experience show. Tariq and I have these crazy conversations, and we'll send each other different videos of things that we just talked about, i.e., aliens. We talk about aliens. And what happens when we have these conversations, first of all, we are getting more and more evidence that, aliens exist. That's number one. But two, when we have these conversations, I give him that safe space to say what he feels like he wants to say, no matter how crazy I may think it is. Who am I to judge him about his thoughts? I'm not God. So whatever it is that he wants to say in that moment, we talk about it. And I may have some input or I may not. But what I will do is listen and ask questions. That's part of being a partner. That is part of being a partner. Give them that space, just like they have to give you the space to say what you need to say. Talk about your emotions. Y'all have to, that's something that you have to build. That's an environment that you have to build together to let each other know it's okay for us to talk about the most random thing in the world. Okay? That is what's important. That you guys provide the space that you have, that you need to talk about whatever pops up in your mind. I just said to him the other day, and I think I said this to my mom too. I was like, one thing that I think that just occurred to me. Because like I told y'all earlier, I'm watching this show, The Chosen, and it made me think about this. Those times when Jesus was away from the disciples and he would be away for days. I said, I wonder if he would go up to heaven and holler at his dad. And I'm like, that's not far-fetched because that's what he did when he was resurrected. So what if he did that beforehand? But Tariq gave me that space. He was like, oh, you know what? That's a good thought. I don't know. I never thought about that. And we talked about it. To you, that may sound crazy. And it probably is crazy. But I was able to talk to him and have like bounce ideas off of him about that. When it comes to stuff like my business, I can talk to him about different ideas that I have. Ask him for his input. What do you think about if I tried this? He gives me his honest opinion. That's what I need. You need the same thing. You need to be able to have this type of conversation. This is also part of your attachment style, because if you are avoidant, then you're not going to open up and be intimate with anybody. But if you are creating a secure attachment, then yes, you are able to open up and tell your partner about the things that you're thinking, the things that you're feeling, and know that they are going to take care of your feelings. They're going to take care of your thoughts. They're not going to condemn you. It is very disturbing to me to see someone share their thoughts with their partner and their partner condemning them for their thoughts. Why? Why are you condemning them? Talk about it. Find out what they're really feeling. Find out what's behind those thoughts. Talk about it. And then with your hobbies, so like I said, you need to maintain your own hobbies, but also y'all can have hobbies together. There are things that you can do together that helps you to get closer, helps you be intimate, and it could be something that you learned from your partner, whatever it is. You can have your own hobbies too. Then you guys can have hobbies too. Your hobby could be going to the gun range or watching movies. Like, I love movies. I keep telling y'all that I love movies. My husband likes movies too. I don't know, maybe I'm more of a movie, but I don't know. We about the same. But we love movies. So I'm good with going on a date that's just going to the movies. I am perfectly fine with that. That is my favorite thing to do. That was something that I started doing when I was a kid with my dad. One of the things we would do when I was a child was go to the movies and watch wrestling. I don't watch wrestling now, but that was one of the things that I did, going to the movies. That is my hobby. And Tariq loves it too. So it's easy for us to do it together. Now, he might have a little attitude though sometimes, because I like to talk in the movie and he doesn't. So I hear it all the time that he like, I can't, babe, I can't do this with you. But I'm trying to be better. I'm trying not to talk through the movie all the time. I'm working on it. So the other thing I want to point out about relationships, there's a couple things I want to point out. So you do not want to become enmeshed. And I think what I want to talk about this other point first. If you are dating in a dating relationship, do things that a girlfriend does. Don't do things that a wife does. Here's why. Why on earth would a man want to marry you if all of the benefits of being a wife is given to him and you're just a girlfriend? You do not need to do wifely duties as a girlfriend. There are things that you need to look for or look forward to as a wife. Yeah, y'all if you are talking about marriage, and it's not just talking about it, if marriage is an ultimate goal that you both have, if you're talking about it, then sure, talk about finances. Talk about how you are going to become financially set. Have those discussions about money, how you going to pay for bills, how you going to do this, how you going to do that. Have those conversations if marriage is on the table and it's going to soon be a thing that you achieve. But if you are just a girlfriend and y'all not seriously talking about marriage, you don't need to be talking about your finances. There's some things that is not your boyfriend's business. And do not expect him to talk to you about his finances if you're just a girlfriend. If you want to get married, then first of all, you need to date somebody that is on that same path. Do not waste your time with people who just want to make you a permanent girlfriend. I did that. I was told I'm not wife material, but look at me now. So it has to be the right person, but you have to do things as if you are carrying the what's the word I want to use? The I don't know what word I want to use, but do things as if you are on the road to being a wife. Stop giving all of this power to a boyfriend. You until you get the ring and the date is set and y'all about to, the stuff is about to go down for marriage, you don't be a wife. Stop giving these men the power to tell you yes or no on what you can do. Can you discuss stuff with them? Sure. Discuss things with them. Discuss your ideas. Discuss what you want to do. Discuss what you expect out of the relationship. Discuss that stuff. But don't ask permission. He doesn't have a right to give you permission to do anything. Just like you don't have the right to give him permission to do anything. When you're dating, the thing that you're supposed to be doing is dating. Dating doesn't entail giving that person power to do things. I hope I'm making sense. Dating doesn't entail you going to him for guidance. I will go to my husband and talk to him about the things that I want to do. I can do that easily. And that's totally fine if I do. But I don't think I was doing that when I was his girlfriend. I always felt like there were things that I didn't need to discuss with my boyfriend. Like this, what? I don't need to say, why am I? No, I don't need to ask you if I can go out with my friends. I'll check with you. We ain't got nothing planned, do we? Okay, I'm going out. But I'm not asking you, can I go out? No, you're my boyfriend. You have to give submission where it's due. So if you, I'm trying to say this the right way. If you decide that you want to go to the moon, then do it. There's nothing holding you back. If he ain't the one for you, then there's one of him a dime a dozen. But there's only one person that is the right person for you. And even then, they don't have the authority to dictate what you do until y'all make that covenant with God. Dating is not a covenant. I can get up and leave at any point during our dating relationship. But as a wife in a marriage that set a covenant in front of God and including God in that covenant, I can't. I can't just get up and leave because then I got two people that I got to deal with. One of them I'm scared to have to deal with that person if I made that decision. You have to know what the limits are when it comes to a dating relationship. A lot of these men and you ladies are you're trying to get all of the benefits of being a wife and you're not one. Stop giving yourself to these men. The more I see women being hurt and mad about something boyfriend cheating or whatever, stop. There was a video, this girl was slicing up her boyfriend's car and even it's under the hood, like she was tearing that car up. You gave too much of yourself. If you have to do all of that, you gave too much of yourself. I'm not shy about telling y'all how in that toxic relationship I told you about, um, I was plotting on that man. And that's because I gave too much of myself to somebody that did not deserve it. So that's when you become enmeshed. Being enmeshed means it's a relationship between two people where your personal boundaries are not clear and they can be crossed. Okay? And you become too involved in the relationship that you dismiss yourself and your desires, your needs, your goals, and feelings. And only thing that matters is them. That's being enmeshed. That is too much. That is way too much. You should not be enmeshed with anybody at all. Enmeshment is not healthy because then you start a cycle of codependency. And now neither one of y'all can do anything without the other person. You can't even think for yourself. I just read you the definition. You dismiss your own desires, your needs, your goals, and your feelings. It's all about that other person when you become enmeshed. No, thank you. You do not need to be that way. That is not a relationship. That is being addicted to a drug. Stay away from being enmeshed. That's part of maintaining your independence and your individuality. For you to maintain that, that will prevent you from becoming enmeshed with this person. So many people are losing their lives because they are enmeshed with people. And when I say losing their lives, yes, they may die, but also they might be going to prison for assault and everything else. Maybe even murder. Don't lose your life being enmeshed with somebody that you have no business being enmeshed with. Maintain your own goals. Maintain your own feelings. Check in with yourself emotionally. How am I feeling about this relationship so far? I want you to do a check-in. You need to constantly check in because you need to realize if that person is serving you or not. Even if you're married, check in with yourself emotionally. Are my emotional needs being met? Maybe we need to have a conversation in case they aren't being met. Let me express how I'm feeling because of XYZ. Am I being the best me? Am I staying true to myself? Check in with that too. Am I being true to me? Well, maybe if you're not, there's things that you need to get back to doing. I'm I'm not being true to myself. I told y'all I had a period where I wasn't being true to me. Doing this, what I'm doing right now, that is part of me. And I was not finding any joy and happiness in it because I was not happy. I told y'all I went through this whole thing when I was talking about depression. I was depressed. So the things that I found joy in, the things that made me happy, they weren't making me happy at that time. I have been on here 3.5 hours and it doesn't feel like it because I am happy to do this. I made a commitment to do this, to talk to y'all about these topics. If I don't feel I found this to be my marker. So if I do my show or if I make a video and I don't feel happy or accomplished that I did it, I need to sit down and figure out what's going on. I need to go back. What's happening? What's making me not feel satisfied that I did this? If I do not see a smile on my baby's face, or if I don't see my husband smiling because I'm hugging on him and kissing on him, what am I doing? What do I need to do with myself to make sure I'm okay? You got to check in. It's so easy for us to go through life and just be a presence in a relationship and go through everyday things and not pay attention to how we feel about it. It's super easy to do that. It's super easy to just be about life and not check in with ourselves. We are we have to check on ourselves. If we're the caretakers for our family, if we are the ones that help everybody that's under our roof feel a certain way, help them do things, you got to check in with yourself. What do you need help with? What do you need to take a break? Maybe you need to take a break. Blood pressure going up, you need to take a break. You need to step away for a second. Get yourself together. Our body is always telling us different things that we need to do to make sure we are at peace, that we are balanced. Our bodies will let us know all the time. I know for me, if I start to feel tiredness throughout my body, I know I need to chill out because that means there's a flare up coming. If I start becoming clumsy, I need to chill out because there's something about to happen. Like I had to figure out those things in within my body, um, so that I knew where the trouble was coming in. Like I told you, I was sick, so I had to pay attention to my body during that period so that I know whether or not something is happening for me. Okay. So you have to check in. You cannot be the best version of yourself if you're not checking in with you. You have to. It's so important. Your family needs you. If they're relying on you, you got to check in. Check in with yourself. Okay. Make sure you're hitting your goals. You got goals set, make sure you're reaching them. Make sure you're having a conversation with your partner. If you're married or dating, make sure, no, not dating. If you're married, make sure you have a conversation with your partner about your goals. This is what I plan on doing, and this is how I'm going to do it. You need a plan, map it out, share it with them. This is what I plan on doing. I'm gonna hit this goal in this amount of time, and there will be times where I'm busy, times where I may not be able to really check in with you. There may be those times. I want you to know this. This is my plan. And in telling them that plan, they may be able to come up with something different for you. They may say, well, hey, maybe if you try it this way, you'll free up time over here. You want to talk to them. Make sure your desires are happening. Make sure you're getting your desires. There is nothing wrong with talking about that and getting it. Nothing at all. You have to talk to them about it and set boundaries. You absolutely do need to set boundaries in your relationships, because as I just read the definition of enmeshment, boundaries are stepped over. They're not looked at. So make sure you're setting boundaries and that you're sticking to those boundaries and you are upholding those boundaries so that you will not feel like nobody is paying attention to you. Make sure you are setting boundaries, healthy boundaries, boundaries that can help protect your peace, boundaries that can help, excuse me, with your mental health, boundaries that will help you be who you need to be. Set boundaries. Boundaries are absolutely a thing in relationships. Every relationship needs to have them. Just like everybody needs to have boundaries, period. You have boundaries on what you're okay with in your life. And you have boundaries where they are a no-go zone. Talk about those boundaries. Set them. You need them. Your relationship needs them. And you want an example of a boundary in a relationship that can be uh on this time, let's say on, I'll make something up. On Mondays at 5 o'clock, I need to take an hour for myself to meditate, to exercise, whatever it is. That's a boundary. Another boundary is for your relationship. If you and I, as in you and your partner, you and your husband, if we are going to have guys' night or girls' night, these are the things that I'm okay with. These are the things that I'm not okay with. You talk about that. They need to know what you're good. Are you okay with me going to the strip club? They need to know that. You have to talk about that stuff. I don't think enough people are telling people to talk about this. You have to. You got to talk about this. It's important. Okay. Do you guys have any questions or any comments? And remember, I'm doing a Q&A session too. I will do a Q&A session, but I want to ask you now because, like I said, I'm going to check in after each topic. You got any questions or any comments, anything you want to add to this conversation? How are y'all enjoying this so far? I'm having fun. I am for real. I'm having fun. Okay. Ida said, Amen to the valley season. They draw you closer to God. They really do. They do draw you closer to God. Okay. All right. If nobody has anything, we're going to take a break. Uh, I'll be back at, I'll say 2:15, or should I say 2? I'll say 2:30. I'll be back at 2:30. I'm gonna shut everything down. But y'all come back. When you see that I'm back live, y'all come back at 2:30. We got some more topics to talk about. And I'm excited. We're getting through this. We got more stuff to talk about. So come back at 2:30, and we'll pick up in the department, the topic of love. All right, y'all. Be back. All right, there you go, YouTube. Hey, y'all, we back. I'm back with my special guest. He wanted to come and say hi to everybody. Um, he does not want to put clothes on today, so that's why we're in pajamas. It's okay, it's Saturday. So, did y'all have a good little break? I had a good break. I ate really fast, did a little mommy time, played with this little boy a little bit. And you did you have a good time? You want to say anything? What do you want to say?
And make sure you guys subscribe to my channels too. And click the like and subscribe and click the bell.
There you go. That's my baby. That's what he said. So we're back from our break. What we're going to talk about now is another favorite topic of mine, love. What do you what do you want to say about love? Like this. Anything you want to say about love?
And I love my mommy. And I love everybody who loves me.
Oh, okay. Well, what about the people that don't love you? Do you love them? Yeah, that's right. We got to love everybody. But the love we're talking about today is self love and um, romantic love. Okay. So when it comes to love, as you can see, it comes in many forms. It comes in a mother's love for her son or daughter. It comes like a mother's love or a woman's love for um, family, friends. Love comes in many forms, okay? And it feels different depending on who you're loving. You can tell the difference between loving your son or your child and loving your spouse. It's a different feeling. I don't love my son the way I love my husband. The love is completely different. The love I have for my son, that love comes from him coming out of my body. That love was established the moment I knew I was pregnant. That was a love that I had never experienced before. And then it just grew once I could feel him outside of my body. Once I could hold him and cultivate him. The love that I share with him is a nurturing love, a love that makes sure he is a love that makes sure that he is felt and he can grow. A thriving love. That's the word I was looking for. A thriving love. That's the type of love that I have for him. It's a love that is going to make sure he grows. And the love that I have for my husband is a love that has connection. We're connected spiritually and we're connected physically, emotionally. Our love is connected. And even though we thrive off of our love, it doesn't necessarily have to be a love that makes us grow, but it's a love of connection. And then I have the love of my father, of Abba. And that love, it resembles the love that I have for my son. That is an unconditional love, a love that is not asked for, but it is freely given. It's a love that a love that oh hey mom
Hey.
a love that he just gives us just because he's a great father. He is an amazing father. So that's the type of love that I have with my Abba. He will do everything he can to protect me, to give me the things that I need. That love is a love that you can't feel with anybody else unless you feel it with your children. For mothers, our kids don't have to do anything for us to love them. That love is automatic. Like I said, for me, that love was established when I found out I was pregnant. When I felt that I was pregnant and it was confirmed, then I already started being a mother. I already started building a connection with him. So that looked like me making sure I'm careful with the food that I eat, learning him, learning the food that he didn't like, because he had a couple, made me throw up, made me sick. But the things that I don't that you know I had to learn him. I was reading to him, and if my husband was on here, he would tell you how crazy I sound when I was reading to our child while I was pregnant with him, because I was yelling because I wanted to make sure he could hear me or at least feel the vibrations of me talking to him. And I would leave that alone, please. And I would, just the different things that I would do to learn my son. And I would read those was it a it was the book, but it was an app that I was also going to that kept track of, depending on how many weeks I was, the size of him and the things that he should be doing. Like he should be moving this and the third. He was moving before he was supposed to move in my belly. And he did that with everything. And he still is that way. Because in my mind, my mind, I'm like, well, he is moving and he's doing all of this stuff early. Why not do that physically? Why when he's here? So my love for him, I wanted him to be better. I want him to be the best. So I did things to make sure I set him up with the advantage. And that is one of the ways that I show my love to him. And then, we spend a lot of time together. We have a lot of cuddle time, right? And we have um our moments when we disagree. Because I told y'all earlier, he's been here before. So we have our moments where we disagree. But we also have our moments where we apologize, right? And we say I love you, and we give hugs, and we play games. We just do whatever it is to spend time. What makes him happy with spending time. And that is my love for him. It's a very different love that you know, I thought I had a little touch of this love when it came to helping my niece raise my nieces and stuff like and that those things, that type of situation. But it's different because I felt a different love once he came on this earth. Once I gave birth to him, that love was different. Do you want to talk about love? No. Okay. You just want me to talk about it. Okay. So, the very home base of love for me is the love that starts with God. I alluded to the fact that I am now at a place where I experience a love that I've never experienced before. And that was the love of God. Um, I always knew that God loves me. You know, we're told that you read it, if you read the Bible, you read it in the all throughout the Bible that God loves you, right? And he shows his love. And I read it. I could see it. I thought I felt it a little bit, but it was one day when I was in prayer and I was, just talking to him and telling him the things that I think I was just praying and talking about things that I struggle with. And he let me know that he loves me. And when he said that, I was like, it hit a lot different. I love you. Well, why do you love me? I always knew that you would say you love me, but I never, he told me and I felt it. It hit me so differently than just reading it and thinking I see it. But when he shared it with me, it was a big aha moment. You actually do love me. And thinking about the times where he showed me his love. Oh my gosh. Those times it just became, everything became clearer. And that was a love that never goes away. No matter what I do, he will continue to love me no matter what I do. However I get away from him, or even in this time, in this part of my life, um I'm not praying as much as I was before. He still shows me that he loves me. And that's the amazing part. And it makes me think about a love that a parent has for their child. No matter what that child does, that love is never going away. No matter what, it does not go away. And that's how we should love ourselves. Love ourselves the way we see God loving us, and loving others the way we see him loving us. Okay? So our self-love is very important to our existence. I I told you before, I didn't like myself. And not liking myself meant I didn't love myself. And I had to learn how to love me for me. I may do things that I don't like. I may um sound dumb to myself, sound dumb, but I have to still love me regardless, because that's still me. I spent a very long time trying to make people love me, and I wasn't loving myself. People can't love me if I don't love me. I won't know what that feels like because I wasn't loving myself. It's really, you about to go to sleep? Okay. You want to go upstairs? See? Okay. So the I don't even, oh, self love. So the self love, that's forgiving yourself. I had to forgive myself for a lot of stuff. I had a lot to forgive. A lot. And it was hard because I didn't believe that I should give forgive myself. I kind of didn't know what that was like either. What that is to forgive yourself. I didn't really know about that. So I had a hard time forgiving myself so that I can love myself. I can tell you there's times where I said, like I just said, how I feel like I could be dumb sometimes. There's times where I feel like, man, I shouldn't have said that. I could have said something different. Or I really didn't need to act that way. And I would be angry at myself. I I I will hands down, I'm being so honest, I would be angry with myself because I could say, man, like, what's wrong with you? Like, why would you say that? Why would you do that? Why can't you be a better person? Why? And the more I why'd myself, the more I disliked myself. So I had to learn that it's okay to make mistakes. Matter of fact, it's not just okay. I think you need to make some mistakes so that you can learn yourself. Sometimes those mistakes turn into great ideas, or they can be um a great tool for you to find out about yourself. I I always took my mistakes to heart. I always said, you too old to be making these mistakes, or you know better. I didn't learn from them. I just put them to the side and dogged myself out. That's not self love. That's hate. That is hating. That was disliking myself. That was hating myself. I had to get better at that. There's no way that I should be talking about myself that way. And then have the audacity to get mad at somebody if they talk about me that way. Why should I be mad? I'm doing it to myself. You kidding me? So I had to learn to be more gracious, more kind. And when I show gratitude and be graceful and kind to myself, then I can start loving myself. I, I told you, I am my worst critic. There is nothing that you can say that will hurt me more than what I can say to myself. I'm like, is that deep for me? I should say it was. That's why I'm in therapy. Because I got to get better at that. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm working on being better. I'm working on loving the rough edges. I'm working on loving the person who can reject people, the person who can really tear herself down. I can love other people, and even that love was limited. It was a limited love. I didn't know why I needed to love people. First of all, I wasn't loving anybody that didn't love me. That was number one. And anybody that wasn't nice to me, that they didn't get my sweet side, they didn't get my loving side, they didn't. So I had to learn how to love regardless. It is it is something that's very important for us to do. Love people, love ourselves regardless. The faster you can love yourself, the faster you can receive love. Receive the love of people around you. It's oftentimes where you can say, I don't feel like anybody loves me. Nobody's paying me any attention. Nobody's this, nobody is that. It's so easy to do that and overlook the fact that you don't recognize the love because you don't know how to love. You don't know how to love yourself, so you can't receive that love. It is so important because we can miss out on great relationships, not just romantic relationships, relationships with possibly new friends. We can miss out on that because we don't know what loving ourselves is like. And even your self love tells you your worth. Think about it. When you have somebody that you love, you have somebody that you have a deep gratitude for, how do you treat them? You treat them in a way that is that separates them. You treat them in a way that will give you it will give you, I'm trying to think of a way I want to say this. You treat them in a way that just shows them honor. So when you lack self-love, you aren't able to do that for yourself. You need to see who you are with the utmost respect, be okay and accepting of you, just like you will try to be accepting of someone else. Be accepting of yourself. You can love you. That is okay. You can love you. You can accept yourself. It is okay. We may not know what that's like, but that's part of your self-care. Self-care is love. You care about yourself enough to love yourself and make sure you're taken care of. Make sure you are um make sure you are feeling good, feeling refreshed, feeling rejuvenated. That's what you do to show yourself love. You're taking care of your own needs, and you're not you're done sacrificing your well-being for other people's pleasure. Say, you said say it again. Okay. You, for self-love, you are taking care of your own needs, and you are sacrificing your own well-being for other. You're not sacrificing, I'm sorry, you are not sacrificing your own well-being for other people's pleasure. Is that my boo? Hi, Nine. Come on, go with my mom. So you are taking care of your needs, not other people. Not sacrificing other your needs for other people. Self love is fulfilling yourself, fulfilling what you need. That's self love. You are not neglecting yourself. You are putting yourself first. That's what you do when you have self love. As women, there are times when it's hard for us to put us first, especially when we have families. It's hard for us to put ourselves first. We have to take care of us. We are no good for anybody if we cannot take care of ourselves. No good. You have to take care of yourself. You have to do the things that bring you joy and pleasure and peace and happiness. You have to. Stop sacrificing yourself to take care of everybody else. I don't want to see you burnt out. I don't want to see you just done, tired, because you are not taking the time to refresh yourself. You are not taking the time to bring you peace. You got to have peace. You have to. Your self-love is so important. Let me tell you what it's like to not have self-love and you are in a relationship. Not having self-love and you're in a relationship, here it goes. I love you. Oh, okay. I care about you. Okay, that's easy for somebody to care about you. I know you don't love me. You can't love me. You don't know what that, you haven't even seen all of me. You can't love me. You care about me, sure. You can care about anybody. That's believable. You can care about anybody. But I know you don't love me. Get out of here. You love me, please. Okay. That's what it looks like. The person could be very genuine in telling you that they love you. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't people out there that use love as a play, a game, a toy, but there are, when you hear I love you, there are times that that people truly mean it. It was so many times where somebody said I love you. And this is romantic relationship, friendship, whatever. I love you. And I was like, yeah, okay. I didn't know what that looked like. I You love me. That's weird. That was how I would act for real. That's weird. Family, yeah, y'all supposed to love me. I love y'all. I had no problem with loving my family, but people that were not a constant figure in my life, people that I may have worked with, people, like I said, friends, whoever, telling me they love me, you do not. Stop lying. You do not love me. That's because I didn't know what it looked like and I couldn't receive it because I sorry, I had to get my charger from my tablet. I didn't know how to receive it. Are you kidding me? Somebody telling me they love me? Child, please. But now I'm at a place where I cannot just receive people telling me they love me, but also I am telling people that I love them. People that are not in my constant circle. It's not weird to me anymore. I have no problem with saying I love you to people and even understanding the word. When the word tells us to love our neighbor as ourselves. Well, you can't fulfill that commandment if you have no self-love. So that command was always a weird command to me. Love my neighbor as I love myself. What? Excuse me. How does that work? Excuse me. How does that work? How do I go from loving myself to loving my neighbor? Hold on, y'all. Okay, I'm back. I had a little cough attack. Sorry. But yeah, that did that. I don't. I was had a little issue in my throat, little tickle in my throat, mom. I'm good. So that that was really foreign to me. Oh, and then here was the kicker. Love my enemies. You have got to be kidding me. All the people that did me wrong, loving them. Yeah, okay. All right, God. I don't know where that one came from. That's obviously not for me. Cause I can't do that. Mm-mm. I can't do that. And that's still something that I'm working on. That part. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. That part I'm still working on. Still working on getting better with that. Okay? But loving my neighbor as I love myself, sure, I can do that. I can show love now because I received the greatest love that you can ever have first, which taught me how to love myself second. Therefore, I can love others in a better way. My love is not limited anymore. My love does not have conditions anymore. Conditions, conditional love. My love is no, I won't say no longer, but it is a work in progress to eliminate conditions. And one of the other relationships that has pushed me to get to that place, my marriage. My marriage. Marriage teaches you a whole lot. Marriage will is you are in a mirror. Somebody who is constantly reminding you of who you are, how you are showing up, and how you need to be. That is that your partner is your mirror. Your spouse is your mirror. There's so many times that Tariq and I have talked about how I could be better because it would come on the tail end of something going down and my reaction to that thing. We have had countless conversations about how I react. Let me clue you in on some things, okay? Before I started to love people the right way, I was real good at cutting somebody off. And when I cut you off, you didn't exist. You could be standing before me. I would act like you weren't there. And I did it a great way. That I'm not lying. Even as I'll say a teenager, I used to get in trouble all the time because I was mean and nasty to people. Well, if I felt like you wronged me, there was no coming back from that. And I carried that into my relationship, into my marriage. I carried that. And my husband, he would get so upset because I was not a great representation. I was not showing people the right way on how they should be treated. I he would be embarrassed sometimes. And I think my mom too, when I was younger, she would be embarrassed too. Girl, what is going on with you? You don't do that to people. You don't act that way to people. That's how I react. Not saying it was great. It was not, it's not an excuse, but it's the way I learned to react because of trauma. And trauma taught me I need to protect myself. So my form of protection was venomous force. And I did not care who I was like that with. I didn't care. All that mattered is that they felt that pain that I felt. There's no love in that. There's no love in that. You can't love people that way. That's not okay. If you are, I'll say this, if you are God's child, if you are Abba's child, then you will know that you can't do that. Perfect example. Jesus. He is the perfect example of this. Jesus had people who absolutely hated him, that did not believe in his existence, called him a false prophet and basically a liar. That's what that is. He was not better than any of the prophets that came before him. They even believed in his cousin before they believed in him. And those same people that hated him, he still prayed for them. He still loved them. He asked his father to forgive them on his deathbed. And I said deathbed, but on the cross. Okay. Those same people. So why can't you do it? It's hard. It's real hard because you'll be put in the presence of that person. That's your test. I have failed that test many times. Being straight up with you, I failed that test many, many, many times. But in me failing that test, I'm learning that my reactions, the way I treat people, that's not right. So I start to feel conviction. I start to feel bad because I'm treating people like that. Who do you think you are? If Jesus can do it, and he had people that actually killed him, if Jesus can do it, so can we. We have no excuse because we are not facing the type of persecution that he faced. We have no excuse at all. We have to love. We have to. So, self love helps you kick all of that into gear. You get an understanding of what you need. Make sure you keep your eye on what it is you need. Don't let people and situations change that for you. You have to love yourself. You have to do what is necessary for you to have a healthy existence. So let's talk about how you can practice self love. And as I'm going through this, y'all let me know what you think in the comments. Okay. So practicing self love, create a self love ritual. So that would be like detoxing from electronics, social media, going to get a massage, uh, those type of things. Things that can help you center yourself and focus back on what your goals are and what God has for you to do. Keeping that connection with Him. The more you feel His love, the more you will love. The more you recognize His love, the more you will love. So if it's getting a massage, going like we were talking earlier about going to the hair salon. You go to the hair salon, nail salon. If it's retail therapy, hey, that's for you. If it is maybe cleaning something, I know sometimes for me, if I'm in a particular mindset, I can't do things in clutter. Clutter is not my friend. It stops me from being my most creative. It stops me from thinking at my highest potential. So if that's cleaning, if that's the way you show yourself self-love, cool, do it. Make it a ritual. So you can say maybe every 2 weeks I'll go to get a massage, or once a month I'll go to the spa. Set it up on a schedule. So it's something that you cannot neglect. Put it in a schedule. And then make sure you have supportive people around you. Having a supportive network, y'all have no idea how important that is. And your network needs to be people who are positive. Have a supportive network around you. Great group of people that can lift you up when you're down, who can motivate you to keep going, who can encourage you, who can keep you from dropping down into the dark pit of depression. Stay around those people. Keep them in your network. Maintain those relationships. And just like they do that for you, you need to be the same person for them. If you're married, something that you can do is a weekly check-in. Y'all check in with each other weekly. And when you're checking in, ask, hey, so how have you been this week? How are you doing emotionally? That is something that you can check in with. Everybody needs to check in, and you need to check in on your spouse. Check in on your husband. How are you feeling this week? How have you been? You may be carrying a lot, but he is also. So you need to check in with him. Because remember, we receive love from God first. Then we show ourselves self love. And then that love is sent out to everybody around us. So you need to make sure He's good so that you are continuing to be good. Then, if you have a hard time with figuring out what's good in you, sit down and think about it. Do a self evaluation. I'm all for these self evaluations right now because self evaluation can remind you of things that maybe you have forgotten, remind you of things that you may not even be paying attention. Well, that's not forgotten, but remind you of things that go unsaid. My example to you earlier was understanding that I was creative too. Well, self evaluation is what helped me realize that if I did not do a self evaluation, then something is wrong with me. If I felt like I was not creative, you will maintain peace if you just do a self check in. And ask yourself, what's the good stuff in me? What's good? And write down everything that comes up for you. And I'll take it a step further. Give yourself some real life examples of those characteristics that's good within you. That'll help solidify it in your mind. And go back to it over and over again until you are undoubtedly clear about who you are and what's good on the inside. Then you need to be intentional about what you put in your body. I not too long ago I was on a plant-based journey. I still eat plant-based for the most part, but I have included dairy products back into my diet. And then on top of that, I done got hooked on junk again. Because that's what I was feeding my body while I was going through depression. Oh, that makes me feel good. That piece of Reese's that made me feel so good. I need to eat some more of that. Oh, those chips. Let me tell you something. Those Stacy cinnamon sugar chips. Ugh, it's bad. It's a bad addiction to them. I love those chips. But is it something that I should be placing inside my body? Is it? Not really, because it's junk. Even though it's pita chips, it's still junk. So watch what you're putting on the inside of your body. Watch the amount of, if you drink liquor, watch the amount of liquor you drink. If you drink wine, do you really need a glass of wine at the end of each day? That's an addiction that is starting to be created. Be mindful of what you put inside your body. Your body is made up of water. What do you think you need to replenish it with? Eat things that keep you grounded. Your leafy greens, some grains, lentils. That stuff is what helps you maintain good health. Another problem for me is bread. I eat what I believe is too much bread. So now I'm trying to be more conscious of it. I had a bagel earlier. So should I have a piece of bread with my dinner? Or should I have something else that's bread? Should I eat that pizza? You got to figure this stuff out. Because that saying you are what you eat is true. Ever since I got off of my workout regimen and my healthy eating regimen, my body has felt so sluggish. I am feeling aches and creaks and pains again. I have gained all the weight back that I lost. When you're depressed, you ain't thinking about loving yourself. You just thinking about what's going to make you feel good. So I have to reevaluate what I'm eating so that I can make sure I'm placing good things in my body so that it will help me mentally and physically. I need to get this weight off of me. I need to get back to a plant-based diet. Face breaking out, all types of stuff. For what? Because I'm not eating correctly. Be careful. And even with the things that you drink, not just liquor, all those juices. Why are you drinking so much juice? I know some of y'all think water is nasty, has a nasty taste. Okay, detox from the juice and see what it tastes like then. You got to be careful what you eat and what you're drinking. And you got to work your body out. That's part of self-love. Exercising your body so that you can maintain optimal health. Man, I was having a fit because I was having issues with my blood pressure. Had to get put on blood pressure medicine. I'm like, that's crazy to me. I'm 38. Why the heck am I getting on blood pressure medicine? Because I need to take care of my body. We have to do it. We only get one of these things. We have to take care of our bodies. And also, you have to let go of the crap. So that's letting go of all the stuff that you're carrying, even other people's stuff. Give it back to them. Give them their stuff back. It is not up to you to carry all of their stuff with you. It is not up to you. You have to let it go. What is their stuff serving you? Nothing. It's not giving you anything good. So there you go. Let it go. You can have that back. I'm good. I got to take care of myself. Someone asked me, how can you sit there and listen to people's problems all day? I don't pick their problems up. I just help them make it through it. That's how. I'm done with one session. Boom. Okay. Moving on to the next. Can you imagine if I held on to everybody's stuff in every single session that I do? Oh my gosh. I would be a wreck. Also, the things you got to let go are the opinions of you of others. I was very invested in other people's opinion of me and anything that involved me. Oh, how do you think that was? What do you think of me? Do you think I'm effective? Do you think what I'm saying is beneficial? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Instead of knowing that because I'm speaking words that were provided to me through my spirit, they're going to do their job. Instead of walking in knowing that, I want to know what your opinion is of me. And don't tell me nothing disrespectful or something that is contrary to what I want to hear you say. I'm holding on to it and I'm walking with it and I'm letting it be fuel for anything. Instead of using it and saying, yeah, okay, you think that? All right, bet. I'll show you. I'm using it and saying, man, that person told me that I wasn't good enough. I must not be. Let me chill out for a second. Let me stop. Let me stop thinking like I can do this. Let me just stop. But honestly, their thoughts about who I am or whatever the case may be, whatever their opinion is about me is not any of my business. It should not concern me. Your opinion of me is not my concern. Your opinion of me is your opinion. I love myself enough to know what I present and who I represent. You gotta let it go. You have to let it go. Stop holding on to that stuff. It's doing nothing but weighing you down. You won't have any idea of what your full potential is if you continue to carry that around. You can't move, you can't go anywhere. All of those words that people have said to you that were not for your benefit, all of the ways that people have acted towards you, it's stopping you. You are in quicksand. You are trying to carry a boulder and you do not have the strength for that. You cannot maintain holding on to that for the rest of your life. You have got to let it go. Give it to God. Let Him get rid of it. He said that He's going to. Why don't you try it? Let Him relieve that off of you. He can. He can get rid of it. He can get that weight off of you. He can relieve you of that burden. He can. So let Him do it. So that you can live your life according to what He wants you to do. Do it. It's nothing stopping you. Besides maybe fear. What, are you scared that you don't know what life is going to be like once you let it go? I can tell you it'll be a lot better. Yes, it will be an adjustment, but it will be a lot better. You will be free to do whatever you need to do, be however you need to be. I'm at a place where I'm going to live myself out the way I'm supposed to. I am going to not be tethered by others' opinions. If I want to um, have a live all day long and not require people to register for it, not charge for it, I'm going to do it because that's what I want to do. That's what I was told to do. Because I got stuff that needs to be placed out there to help others. And self-love is doing what you need to do for you. This is for me, this is blessing me because one, I am doing something that I never did before. I'm carrying all of these topics on my own. This is a one-woman show. That's one thing. Two, I love talking to y'all. I absolutely love talking to y'all. So I'm cool with doing this. I'm I'm fine with doing this because I get to talk to you. This is what I love to do. I don't get to talk like this at work because they say we shouldn't put too much of ourselves out there. Okay, save it for another time. Well, this is my time. Can't talk like this at work. I need to talk to people that need this. I gotta let it go. I gotta let go what people think I should be doing. What you think doesn't matter. What I need to do does matter. It does. And I'm gonna do what my daddy tells me to do. Abba tells me to do it, I'm gonna do it. He's the one that orchestrated all of this, not me. I did a women's conference last year. I wasn't by myself. Wasn't I? He told me at the end of the year that I needed to do one this year, but I was not aiming to do this. Then you gotta stop watching social media so much. Protecting your peace includes limiting what you watch on social media. Social media is a place where people can make it seem like they have one type of life, but they really don't. And you are busy trying to mimic what you saw them do for those 60 seconds. Stop watching so much social media. Even the things like for me, some of those videos I talked to y'all about earlier where women are giving so much of themselves to men that they're not married to, that bothers me. It bothers me seeing a woman lose herself over a man that could care less about what she has going on, could care less about how he's affecting her. That bothers me to the point that I get angry. I'm not taking care of myself. I'm not loving myself if I'm allowing that to get me angry. I don't know those people from Adam. Why am I letting their foolishness get me angry? I get tired of seeing celebrities twerking with their booty all out. I'm tired of seeing that. It gets on my nerves. You got way more to offer than that. I don't want to see your booty. It bothers me. So I need to stay away from things that cause me to be disturbed. Things that cause my peace to be disturbed. I need to get away from that stuff. Watch what you're watching on social media. Be careful. And then finally, don't fall for the comparison trap. Stop comparing yourself to everybody else. Why are you comparing yourself? Stop. Your comparison is not helping you. All you're doing is bringing yourself down with anxiety and depression. You're comparing yourself about what this couple looks like, where this person is traveling to. Oh, what are they wearing? Let me go get that. I don't have that yet. Why can't I get it? I'm gonna get my hair just like her. Oh, it's $300. Let me figure out how I could get that. Stop. It's enough copycats in this world. Enough copycats. You okay? Go to social media. The first 20 posts that you see on your news feed is people that look just like each other, but they're different people. Is originality not accepted anymore? You can't be your authentic self? Why not? Figure out who that is. You want to live authentically, then do that. You can't live authentically looking like somebody else. Stop altering your body so that you can look like, I don't know, Kim Kardashian or whoever got a big butt. Why are you doing that to yourself? You don't have to look like these people. Look like you. I had Here's comparison for me. My family, my aunts, my mom, my family have been on me wanting me to do a makeup video, a tutorial with them. And I haven't been wanting to do the tutorial with them for them because my job on my makeup isn't as good as somebody else's. Y'all could learn from somebody else. You don't need to learn from me. But by comparing myself to other people, I am missing the opportunity to connect with them in a way that we haven't connected before. I'm missing the opportunity to spend some genuine time with my family because I'm too busy comparing myself. I don't do as good of a job as somebody else. but I have a certification to be a makeup artist. Why am I comparing myself? I know how to do it. So why are you stalling out? Some people will go through eating disorders because they're trying to get their body to look like whoever. Stop. Accept your body for what it is. Child, this body right here, I wanted to get implants. I wanted to do whatever. I wanted to get liposuction and then my fat and my from my stomach and other areas injected into my butt. But I need to accept me for who I am. I am more top heavy than bottom heavy. Okay. I gotta be cool with that. That's how God made me. I don't need to put myself at risk, having life threatening surgeries so that I can look like something else. You got to learn how to love yourself the way you are. I had to learn how to love myself the way I am. I finally got past all of it. I finally said, you know what? I don't need it. I finally said that. The last, I think, maybe couple years, I finally gave up on it. You have to love yourself the way you are. Could you stand to be more healthy? Of course, all of us can. Can you work out? Sure can. Need to. I can't carry this weight anymore. Physical weight and emotional weight. And exercise helps you with both. You have to love you. No matter what the package looks like right now, you can work it out, get smaller if that's your goal, or gain muscle if that's your goal. You can work it out. You can get better. Get happy with you. Stand in the mirror. Look at yourself naked. Talk about the parts of your body that you do like. What do you like? This is self acceptance, which is part of self love. You have to do it if you're going to love yourself. If you're going to receive Abba's love yourself and then love others. Then that's what you need to do. Stop comparing yourself to everybody. You don't know what these people had to go through to get what they have. You don't. Stop wishing for their lives. You don't know what that life is like after the camera is turned off. Stop. Okay? Do y'all have anything that you want to say about self love? Is there anything that I missed? Anything that you want clarification on about self love? Drop it in the chat. Y'all, we rolling right through this. We rolling through this. Hold on. Trying to get this open. We rolling right through it. We got a couple more conversations to have. Okay. If you can, I would like for you to give me a little break. Let me take a break, stretch my legs, and I will be back at 4. Okay? Hey, 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 y'all. I'm back. Back, back, back. This has been fun. I've been having fun. I hope y'all having fun. I've been having fun. And let me tell you something. I'm looking at this time count, this counter. I have been on here for 6 hours. That is by far the longest live I have ever done. Okay. And I'm I'm glad that I got the stamina to do this. I am. I'm glad I got the stamina to do this because if this was another day, maybe a month ago, I don't think I would have lasted past that hour. But this is 6 hours of me and you just chatting it up. We covered so many things so far. We've covered what did we cover? We covered relationships, we covered love, we covered mental health. Those have been really, really good. Those were good conversations, I think. We had good conversations about that. And now we are about to go into communication. And this is going to be a good one too. It's going to be good because I am going to teach you how to communicate with everybody, your partner, your or your spouse, friends, whoever. I'm going to teach you how to communicate because one thing I do not believe all of us are taught, and that is how to effectively communicate. I don't think we're taught that as children. As children, we are taught to how to say words. We are taught we are taught words. We're given words to practice. Um, but we are not taught truly about the effectiveness of your words and how your words can hurt. We aren't taught that as kids. You might learn, okay, I shouldn't say this because Susie will get mad. You learn that. But what is it about what you said that's making Susie mad? It's the way you're saying it. And we are taught we can use our words as a weapon. We can use our words for manipulation. We can use our words for causing happiness. Those are the things we're taught, but we're really not taught how to have effective, assertive communication. So I am going to teach you that. I love teaching this because it's something once you get into it, you're like, oh yeah, there is a difference. There is a difference. All right, that's cool. Now I know. Our words need to be given to us, or we should give our words to people in a way that will not blame them. We blame each other for a whole lot. A whole lot. So we need to learn how to speak so that we aren't blaming, but taking ownership of our feelings, taking ownership of our contribution to a disagreement, or even our contribution to um, happiness, something that's agreement. Okay, you know, I think about when we get married. When you get married, you're at the altar or wherever you are getting married, and you are giving words to repeat. Those are called your wedding vows. And a lot of times we don't think about our wedding vows um, having a lot of effect. We're just repeating what we're being told. We're regurgitating what's being given to us. But are you really paying attention? Do you understand that the words that you're speaking, you are making a covenant to your spouse and to God? That is the agreement that you're making to each other and with God. Are you really understanding that? They're more than just words. They're more than just words that say, okay, you're man and wife. It's more than that. You're making a very lifelong promise that you are going to obey and love and protect all of the things in sickness and in health. People are so quick to get up and leave in a marriage that when times get tough, because those words that you spoke are not looked at as effective, meaningful, contract binding words. We don't look at it like that. But if you decided to take a look at your vows, the vows that you say, because I know people have different vows. So if you take a moment to look at your vows and what you said on your wedding day, and look at it as a covenant, an agreement, a three-strand cord agreement, how different will you look at your marriage? How different will you look at marriage, period? Marriage is completely different than a boyfriend girlfriend relationship. Marriage is a lifelong venture, okay? It's a lifelong journey. That's why you got to be careful with the people you join in marriage with. It has to be the right person, because you can make vows to somebody that does not believe in the words that they're speaking, and then you have a bad marriage. Watch the words that you say. Your words I have told you over and over again today that there's nothing that you can say that I can't say worse to me. My words have the power to build me up or tear me down. Your words have the same thing. The power of life and death is in your tongue. Do you think they just put that in the Bible for no reason? No, that tells you how serious your communication needs to be, how aware you need to be with your communication, how effective your communication needs to be. Because you could be saying something that puts you in this bind that you cannot get out of. Be aware of your communication. So, oftentimes or all the time when we are taught how to communicate, our communication is a reflection of the environment that is around us. So that's why you have people in different parts of this country that have different accents, because their communication is reflective of the people that they are around, their environment. One part of the country may speak in a particular dialect, another part may not. They may have this type of accent up in the north, but in the south, it's a different accent. Midwest, totally different. West Coast, absolutely different. Your communication is a product of your environment. So if you are in a place like I talked about, my mom's husband and the abuse that we were in when we were, with him. And there were things that I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on YouTube, so I'm trying to figure out how I could say it. There were words that we were taught that we never heard before until with him. And that is the uh Negro word. I'm trying to figure out how I can say it. I don't think I can say that word on YouTube. So trying to figure out how to say it. So we were taught that word. We didn't know anything about that, but it became a staple in our communication until we got older. And I still slip up and use it now. I try not to use it, but until we get to a place where we are going to change the way we talk, that word became a staple in our communication. And even, for me, I made a conscious effort to stop cursing. I stopped that a long time ago. Only time, and I don't even know if you really hear it now, but only time you really hear me curse is if I'm extremely uncontrollably mad. And if I'm in the heat of passion. That's it. And even that, like, even with that, I don't even think I don't think I use those words. That was my decision to make because I wanted to learn how to expand my vocabulary. Okay? Expand my vocabulary. So you won't catch me using certain words. And as time went on, as I progressed in life, there were things like even in my text language, God had me switching up how I speak in text language. He's been getting me to speak in a more professional way. Okay. It can be difficult because there's certain things that you want to respond and not say the whole word, but talking slang and all that. He has me removing that out of my vocabulary, and if I do say it now, it sounds weird. It does. That's something that he's doing with me. Now, for you, it might be different, and that's okay. It can be different if it's for you, but this is me. And my vocabulary is changing, and it has been changing for a while because I'm learning how to communicate. I'm learning how to help my words be heard. Okay. So we pick up our communication, the way we speak, from the people around us. Okay. And oftentimes our communication can be reflective of selfishness. Think about it. When you're a baby, you say you can't speak in complete sentences, but you say apple, apple. You grabbing at the apple. That's selfish. Give me the apple. And then there's some of us that we grow up and still talk like that. Our conversation, our message is a very selfish message. We aren't speaking in a way that is productive. We don't speak in a way that we are paying attention to other people and how our words are affecting them. A lot of times, we are so unaware of the way our words will land. But we got to get it out. So we're going to say it regardless. We have to stop being selfish in our communication. It's more than just you saying the right things. It's how you're saying it. It's your body language. It's the tone. I'm going to walk you through all of that. Okay. So, for the most part, you have three forms of communication. You have passive aggressive, or that's not three, that's four. Passive aggressive, aggressive, and assertive communication. Passive communication is, I don't want to get in an argument, so I'm going to do whatever it takes to keep the peace. So you may not say everything that is on your mind. You may just shut down and go into something that we call stonewalling, where you just completely shut down because you don't want the message, the conversation to get worse. So that you want to keep the peace. You're not comfortable with speaking up. You don't have the confidence to speak up. And it shows. You stop talking. You shut down. You don't make eye contact. You are withdrawn completely from the conversation. Then you have passive aggressive. This person will present as being passive, but is holding in their feelings. That's I really, let me see, I'm trying to come up with an example of passive aggressive. We have all used it. It would be really great if everybody said hello. But what you're really saying is, why didn't you speak to me? That's being passive aggressive. And then you have aggressive communication. That's the person that always has to be the winner. They do not care about anybody else's feelings and how their words land. They are essentially bullies, and they can be abrasive and demanding, and they could be explosively emotionally explosive. That's the person. Everybody knows who that person is. Everybody has seen that person. I'm going to outtalk you. I'm going to yell over you. I'm going to say whatever it is that comes to my mind. I don't care who has anything to say about it. That person. But then you have the assertive communication. This is where we should be. So when I talk to you about attachment styles, we need to be securely attached to people, right? So now, to go along with that, you need to have assertive communication. So your assertive communication is the best way to communicate, okay? You exude confidence. You can find the middle ground. You can help people find the middle ground. You can be in the middle ground of the conversation. You're not extremely mad, but you're not shut down. You're not aggressive, but you're not passive. You're right in the middle. Okay? So you can you are often very empathetic with people when you communicate with them. You are direct, and you consider other people. So that means you will stop talking so other people can say what they need to say. That's assertive communication. And that's the type of communication that we are going to go through today. Okay? Are y'all ready to learn how to communicate correctly? Have more effective communication. All right. So this goes in, this is also from some of the tools that I use when I'm working with individuals and couples that wants to improve their communication. Okay, so we'll go a little more in depth in what each of those communication types look like. So the passive communication, a person prioritizes the needs, wants, and feelings of others, even at their own expense. The person does not express their own needs or does not stand up for them. This can lead to being taken advantage of, even by well-meaning people who are unaware of the passive communicator's needs and wants. This is where we want to stay away from, because we spent this whole day talking about how what you need is important. Your needs are important, your desires are important. We spent this whole day talking about that. Okay? So, the characteristics of someone who is passive: soft spoken slash quiet, allows others to take advantage, prioritizes needs of others, they have poor eye contact and looks down or away, does not express one's own needs or wants, and they lack confidence. That's somebody that speaks in passive communication. I know that you've seen that. You can, let's say, for TV or a movie, this person would often be, they're often portrayed as a nerd, somebody who just is socially awkward and doesn't want to be around other people, and if they are around other people, they are withdrawn and they're silent. Like if it's a classroom scene, they may have their head down, they are looking out the window, whatever. It's that's the person. And I could even identify some of that within myself when I communicate with people. Certain people, I can identify that. So then you have aggressive communication. Through aggressive communication, a person expresses that only their own needs, wants, and feelings matter. The other person is bullied and their needs are ignored. You get an aggressive person in a conversation with a passive person, that's a recipe for disaster. That passive person will be railroaded out of the way. So the aggressive communicator, they are easily frustrated, speaks in a loud or overbearing way, unwilling to compromise. They use criticism, humiliation, and domination, frequently interrupts or does not listen, disrespectful towards others. That is someone who is aggressive. I know you have seen this person. I know that. So then you have the assertive communicator. Assertive communication, it emphasizes the importance of both people's needs. During assertive communication, a person stands up for their own needs, wants, and feelings, but also listens to and respects the needs of others. Assertive communication is defined by confidence and a willingness to compromise. So this person listens without interruption, clearly states needs and wants, willing to compromise, stands up for own rights, confident tone and body language, and they make good eye contact. That is an assertive communicator. They're direct. It's no fluff. Say what needs to be said, explains their needs and wants, and they leave the door open for you to say what you want to say, and they will compromise with you. So here's an example. The scenario: a friend asks to borrow your car. This will be a big inconvenience for you. What does a passive person say? Um, yeah, I guess that's fine. Do you need me to fill the tank? The aggressive person: no way. Why would I let you borrow my car? You're crazy to even ask. The assertive person: I need my car that day, but I'll have time to drop you off. They're direct. They said what they needed and they made a compromise. I can drop you off. That is the assertive communicator. Okay. That's where they're going to stay. That's how they're going to communicate with you. They're right there with you. I'll drop you off, but you cannot use my car. So, another form of communication that we use is I statements. I statements, all right, you ready for this? When a person feels that they are being blamed, whether rightly or wrongly, it's common that they respond with defensiveness. I statements are a simple way of speaking that will help you avoid this trap by reducing feelings of blame. A good I statement takes responsibility for one's own feelings while tactfully describing the problem. Here we go. I statements are really good, really super good for couples. I often work with couples in this form of communication because they need it. And most of the time, a couple, you'll always have one person that feels like they're not being heard. You have one person that feels like the other person isn't explaining what they want. I statements is a good way to work with that. It's good for both of you. So, to formulate an I statement, you start the statement off with I feel. You put an emotion word, when, and you describe the problem. I feel has to be followed by an emotion word, not I feel like you, because that's starting to blame. I feel angry when you cut me off while I'm talking. I feel worried. You have to be careful with how you word your sentence and the tone of voice that you're using. Use a soft and even tone. And in your explanation, gently describe how the other person's actions affect you. That is how you use the I statement. Here are a couple examples. Blaming. You can't keep coming home so late. It's so inconsiderate. Here's the I statement. I feel worried when you come home late. I can't even sleep. You hear the difference. The next one. You never call me. I guess we just won't talk anymore. I statement. I feel hurt when you go so long without calling. I'm afraid you don't care. This works, y'all. There's so many couples that they say that this is they use it. They take these tools and they use them, and it helps their communication 150%. They are better communicators when they use I statements. It's easy. I just gave you the words. I gave you the formula. I feel emotion when explain the issue. That's that's the I statement. Okay? That is not blaming in any way. You don't blame the person. You're taking ownership of how you feel in that situation. Everybody needs to use I statements. Okay? Then you can't be a good speaker without being a good listener. So we have a tool called reflections. Using a technique called reflection can quickly help you become a better listener. When reflecting, you will repeat back what someone has just said to you, but in your own words. This shows that you didn't just hear the other person, but you are trying to understand them. Reflecting what another person says can feel funny at first. You might think the other person will be annoyed at you for repeating them. However, when used correctly, reflections receive a positive reaction and drive a conversation forward. Here's an example. Speaker, I get so angry when you spend so much money without telling me. We're trying to save for a house. Listener, we're working hard to save for a house. So it's really frustrating when it seems like I don't care. They repeated back what was spoken in their own words. Okay. Here's some tips. The tone of the tone of voice you use for reflections is important. Use a tone that comes across as a statement with a bit of uncertainty. Your goal is to express, I think this is what you're telling me, but correct me if I'm wrong. I say this very often. I use this very often. Your reflections don't have to be perfect. If the other person corrects you, that's good. Now you have a better understanding of what they're trying to say. Then try to reflect emotions, even if the person you're listening to didn't clearly describe them. You may be able to pick up on how they feel by their tone of voice or body language. You got to pay attention while you're doing this. Switch up your phrasing, or your reflections will start to sound forced. Try some of these. I hear you saying that. It sounds like you feel. You're telling me that. You can use those to start your statement off when you're ready to reflect. Then you want to focus on reflecting the main point. Don't worry too much about all the little details, especially if the speaker had a lot to say. Stick with the facts and repeat those back, reflect them back to the other person, what it is that you hear them saying. Okay? So that's reflections. And then we have active listening, being an active listener. So, active listening is treating listening as an active process rather than a passive one. This means participating in conversation rather than acting as an audience. Active listeners show they are listening, encouraging sharing, and strive to understand the speaker. Show you're listening. Put away distractions. Watching TV, using your phone, or doing other things while listening sends the message that the speaker's words are not important. Putting away distractions allows you to focus on the conversation and help the speaker feel heard. Use verbal and nonverbal communication, body language, and short verbal cues that match the speaker's like responding excitedly if the speaker is excited, show interest and empathy. So here's some verbal cues that you can use. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. That's interesting. That makes sense. I understand. And then your nonverbal cues are nodding in agreement, reacting to emotional content like smiling, and making eye contact. Okay. Encourage sharing. Ask open ended questions. These are questions that encourage elaboration rather than yes or no responses. Open ended questions tell the speaker you are listening and you want to learn more. What is it like to? How do you? How did you feel when? What do you like about? Can you tell me more about? What are your thoughts about? Okay. Use reflections. In your own words, we just talked about this. In your own words, summarize the speaker's most important points. Be sure to include emotional content, even if it's only communicated through tone or body language. So, the speaker, I've been having a hard time at work. There's way too much to do, and I can't keep up. My boss is frustrated that everything isn't done, but I can't help it. Listener, it sounds like you're doing your best to keep up, but there's too much work. That sounds stressful. They listened to what the speaker had to say. They picked up on the cues that they're having a hard time with this, and they reflected it back. Okay. So finally, you want to strive to understand. That means you need to be present. Listening means paying attention to body language, tone, and verbal content. Focus your attention on listening instead of other mental distractions, such as what you want to say next. When possible, save sensitive conversations for a quiet time with few distractions. Listen with an open mind, excuse me. Your job is to understand the speaker's point of view even if you don't agree. Avoid forming opinions and making judgments until you fully understand their perspective. That's how you be an active listener. Okay? That's active listening at its best. And then finally, we have soft startups. This is also a great tool to use in communication, especially for couples. When bringing up a problem to your partner, the first 3 minutes are crucial. A soft startup sets a positive tone and helps resolve conflict. By starting a conversation calmly and respectfully, you and your partner are more likely to focus on the problem rather than who's to blame. Save the conversation for a calm moment. Wait for a time when you and your partner are alone without distractions or interruptions. Make sure you and your partner are relaxed and not tired, hungry, or stressed. Use gentle body language and tone of voice. Take an attitude of teamwork and problem solving rather than arguing or blaming. Speak calmly without raising your voice. Avoid hurtful body language such as eye rolling, scowling, or mocking. Use I statements to express how you feel. Just went over those. Focus on how a problem is affecting you rather than assigning blame. Say, I feel emotion when situation. And then they give an example. Without I statement, you're so closed off. We need to talk more. With an I statement, I feel lonely when we don't talk. Okay. And then you want to describe the problem clearly. Discuss only one problem at a time. Be specific. Broad complaints like the house is a mess may be misunderstood. Be respectful. Make a polite request rather than a demand. Thank your partner for listening and addressing a problem. Example, could you please? I would appreciate if, and thank you for. Those are soft startups. That's a way that you can communicate with your partner in a healthy way. And those other communication skills that I taught you, you can use those in everyday relationships with people outside of your partnership. It's easy, y'all. I just gave you the tools on how to use it and how to do it and to identify what type of communicator you are. I just gave you those tools. You have to use them. You can, once this video is up, you can, what am I trying to say? You can rewind it, go back and listen to that segment about communication if that's what you want to do. I suggest that you do. And also, you could go to therapy. Y'all can have therapy to learn how to communicate. That's one of the great things about therapy. That can be a goal. It's a lot of couples that come in therapy and say they want to learn how to communicate better because they don't feel like what they say comes out correctly, and if their partner is agreeing with it or they misunderstand it. You have to communicate better. Communication is one of the foundational principles of having a healthy relationship. Hence me putting it in today's discussion. You have to communicate and you have to recognize how your partner communicates with you. And you guys have to work together to adapt your communication so that it is healthier and effective than maybe how you would communicate in the past. I know I wasn't a good communicator and I still experience challenges today. But I have these keys that I can fall back on to learn how to communicate. We can even use this with children, y'all. I One of my goals is to teach my son to communicate in an effective way. He is very empathetic. So I want to show him, I try to show him how to use that when he's communicating with people, when he's forming relationships with people. We cannot continue to have a generation of children that don't know how to communicate. And because of that, there's frustration. And that frustration is exhibited in many different ways that may not be really positive. And for teenagers, that looks like not talking to anybody. I'm secluding myself. I'm staying in my room. They do that. Part of the reason why they do that is because they've tried communicating with you. And you say, well, why don't you talk to me? They've tried communicating with you, and somewhere down the line, you missed the mark. So work on communicating. This is trying to tell y'all it's important. It is an important thing. Working on communication. So the next round that we're going to talk about is identity/roles. Um, I'm gonna take a few minutes. Rest my voice a little bit, and I'll be back on at 5. Okay, I'll see y'all. Hey y'all, hey, we back in effect. This is the final push. Y'all ready to get this thing happening? It's the final push. Let's go. No, I will not marry you since I'm married. Okay. So, um, let's get this going. All right, so um the final topic, the final segment that we will be discussing today is our identity and roles. Okay. We, as women, we naturally carry a lot of roles that make up our identity. I named at the very beginning of this, um, sir, please go to somebody else's page and play. So, there we talked about my roles. I'm a wife, mother, author, speaker, couples therapist. I am a relationship and dating coach. I have a lot of titles that make up my identity. Um, you have a lot of titles. Um, to add on to what I just named, I'm a stepmom, I'm a sister, I'm a daughter, I'm a stepdaughter, I'm a friend, I'm a niece, cousin, granddaughter, daughter and sister-in-law, CEO of a business and business owner, employee in TV show host and creator. Okay. Those may not be exhaustive, but I think that's pretty close to it. All the roles that I have as a woman, as me, okay? And all of those things in their own way make up who I am. They make up my identity, okay? So, what's your titles, ladies? Because we talking to the ladies today. This is all about us. What are your titles? Um, but I want to say this. My identity is that's the characteristics of who I am. Okay? So if I ask you who you are, what's your answer? How do you think you're measuring up in your roles? All legitimate answers. I mean questions. Uh, Thank you. That's my hubs, y'all, taking care of me. So those are all. But what are your roles? That's what I want to know. Because my characteristics, they they can vary depending on the day. What makes me is different. But the very basis of my characteristics are I am God's child, which means I'm loving, which means I am caring. There's a lot to being God's child. I am someone who's going to give you his word the way I perceive it, which that may not be right all the time, but I'm going to give you the word the way I hear it. Okay. Um, and what else? I'm intelligent. I am humble, sometimes to a fault, because if I do something good, I'm not looking for anybody to say great job. Most of the time I'm not. It depends on the feat, but I don't want too much attention. That is not what I want. So um I can be humble, and at the same time I can have moments where I know who I am and don't play with me. Um, I am peaceful. I am calm. There's a lot that make up my characteristics. I'm strong. I am I can be confused at times. It's a lot. So what makes you what are your characteristics? Because all these characteristics, like I said, they make up our identity. And then our identity helps us in our roles, the roles that we play. So there are, so many times that you feel like you're not measuring up in your roles. All these roles, I can name quite a few of them that I feel like I am lacking in. Like being a great in-law. I'm not that great at it. Okay. I First of all, this is the first time. But I've been in the family long enough. But I'm not that great in it. I could get better. There's room to grow. I can be a better stepmom. I can be it's There's a lot that I could be better at. I could be a better cousin. I, I could be better at a lot of stuff. I can't be a better granddaughter because all my grandparents are gone. But if that was to happen, I could be a better granddaughter. And I can tell you when after I moved here, it was challenging for me at first because I wasn't doing the things that I did before with my grandparents. And even when I got out on my own, it was really when I got out of New Jersey, I was not the best granddaughter that I was before. I always made sure I tried my best to make sure that I went to visit my grandparents, spent time with them, take them to the store, whatever they needed to do. Um, I tried. Was I great at it? No. And there's things that I feel like I could do better at with being a daughter, being a wife. We all have areas where we can grow, but sometimes we fall short. That's natural because you are wearing a million hats. One of them is bound to fall. We can't keep balancing everything. So we have to show ourselves grace during those times where our identity comes into question. Um when I can tell you what it feels like when I fail. I'll say when it feels like I fail as a wife, um I I'm hurt because there's things that I might miss that I could have prevented if I, took the time to talk to my husband or to be more present with him, to find out more about what's going on with him. When I find out things, let's say that I just happen to find out about something that I didn't check in with him about beforehand, it's kind of uh-oh. Sorry, Instagram. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to charge my laptop. It was about to die. Okay. So, um it when I find things out, it can be upsetting cuz I'm like, man, I wasn't present enough to ask him about this thing. It could be about work, it could be about whatever. If I feel like I'm not present enough and I find out in just conversation with other people with him, it's like, dang, I messed up. I totally missed it. Man, I'm sorry. And there's times you'll hear I will apologize to him and he's like, babe, calm down. I'm like, no, but I really need it. Calm down. You're fine. So I that's what it looks like when I feel like I fail. Other times when I feel like I fail in one of my other areas, like I'll say during those times when I wasn't on here, I um I felt like I was letting a lot of people down. Not intentionally, really just because I needed a moment, but I felt like I was letting other people down. And because of that, I guess it made me feel, I don't know, it made me feel regretful. I felt regretful because I wasn't doing what I needed to do. And I was watching, I would see other people doing their thing, and it would make me be sad. And okay, I wish I would have kept going. That that's regretful. So I mean, that's kind of what I was dealing with when I felt like I was failing there. Um, if I feel like I'm failing as a mom, that that will look like um me and Marquise fighting. Going back and forth. I told y'all the child been here before, so that looks like me and him going back and forth. We are arguing. He doesn't want to listen. I want to make him listen, and I feel like I'm disconnected. That happens. It happens to me because I can be busy working. I could be busy doing whatever, and the connection has been lost. So that's what that feels like when I fail. Um, Failing as a daughter, it's like, dang, I wish I could have got my mom a present. I wish this, I wish that. Failing as just a person, it takes a toll on me as well, only because I I can have see different opportunities where I can follow through with my spirit and do the things that the Holy Spirit, my Holy Spirit is telling me to do, and I don't listen. I feel like I failed. One, because I was disobedient. Two, because my there may be opportunity for me to try something, to make money, make more money, or something to that effect. I don't know. I can feel like I failed. It's a lot of times where I felt that I failed, but when I step back and look at it, it's not really a total fail. I always find the lesson. Always. I always find the lesson. So the lesson can be there. The lesson is there. I just have to find it. Okay? And listen, when it comes to you and your roles, we are not going to hit every role like we're supposed to. We are when we are carrying and juggling so many hats, like I said, something is bound to fall. And guess what? That's okay because it's part of the process. Who said we were supposed to be everything to everybody? We're not supposed to. We gotta let people take care of themselves. To be completely honest, I have to get rid of this because it's getting on my nerves. It's distracting me. Okay. We we're not supposed to. We're not supposed to be everything to everybody. And Nobody said we had to be that, but people will make you that if you put yourself in that position. So remove yourself from that position. Yeah, you can be wife, you can be mom, you could be super single person, having fun dating and whatever else. You could be all of those things. But who said that you had to keep that up? Keep hold on to those identities. And when I say that, I'm not saying that you're not being the person that you're supposed to be, but what I'm saying is give yourself a chance to relax. Give yourself some peace and grace to say, you know what, I may have dropped this today, but that's okay. I'm okay with that because I'm still here. I'm still standing. Nobody fell, um, I don't know, off the face of the earth because I dropped this role today. Because the priority of my identity, one of my characteristics changed today. Nobody is going to be upset by you not fulfilling that role. It is okay. There's roles that we have to maintain all the time. And one that is being a mother if you have little children. We have to stay present in that role all the time. Those little people don't know how to take care of themselves just yet. So we will have to what? Okay, sorry. We will have to uh keep that role up. And we have to maintain a role as a wife. Some of those other roles, they may fall down every once in a while. You may drop the hat. It's okay. You can pick it up the next day. When we go on vacation, if we're just vacationing by ourselves with our husbands, or if you go on vacation with your boyfriend, we go on vacation, then those hats all come off except for wife. You don't have to be nothing but who you are with him. Or if you want a girls trip, that hat comes off too, and you're the best friend. All of those roles come off when you're on vacation, and you don't think twice about it because you're there to relax and enjoy yourself. Well, you can do that when you're at home too. You don't have to think twice about the role that you have when it falls. You need a moment. Everybody is chomping at your heels. You need a moment. You can retreat. You can try to retreat to the bathroom, but those little creatures come in the bathroom with you. I know my son does, unless I lock the door. I guess I need to start being like my husband. Start locking the door. Go in the bathroom, find a little peace, and here he comes. Wanting me to play a game while I'm sitting on the toilet. It happens. You need peace though. We cannot be our best selves if we don't take time for us. We have to take some alone time. You have to so that you can regroup. Juggling all these hats, that's hard. That is hard. So you can take care of yourself. I'm giving you permission to. This today was a great day for me because the majority of the day, it was just you and me. I put on the mommy hat when I went upstairs, took my breaks, checking in on my baby, put the mommy hat on, and it was cool. I had my daughter hat on. It was cool, but those hats came off when I sat down because I wouldn't be able to focus on you if I was still holding on to those hats. I would not be able to give you these topics, if I was still holding on to those hats. I this was fun. I'm tired. I'm gonna go up here and I'm gonna be wife and mom and I'm gonna chill out. But this was fun. I'm gonna be daughter too. But this was fun. I had a great time. I got some peace because I did this. I got some happiness because I did this. This was so fun for me. So stop trying to figure out how you're measuring up. You're doing exactly the way you're supposed to be doing, whatever that looks like for you. Everybody can get better at what it is that they are doing. That's fine. You can do it. Thank you, mom. You can do it. We all have to improve. I got to improve as a therapist. That's that's my thing. But I need to improve on it. I don't know everything. There's skills that I need to pick up. We all have things we can get better in. That does not make you less than. That makes you human. There's nobody walking on this earth today that is perfect. Even when you're seeking perfection, you're still messing up. You are. I'm sorry to tell you. Even though you are trying to be perfect, you still messing up somewhere. You're not perfect somewhere. That's how life is. We gotta roll with it. Part of my problem recently was that I was trying to put these puzzle pieces together to make me into someone that um, presented perfectly in front of people. But all the while, on the inside, I was in turmoil. I was in turmoil because I had these um, anxious thoughts running through my mind. I was in turmoil because things were not looking the way I wanted them to look, even though I was working on them looking a certain way. It wasn't coming across like that, and that was driving me nuts and it made me feel like I was a failure. All these hats that I took pride in, I felt like I was failing at. So you try to be perfect. It ain't easy though. You ain't gonna be perfect. I'm just here to let you know. That's my encouragement. You can try to be perfect, but you're not going to be. Because somebody or something that you do is going to fall apart. Stop trying to be perfect. And if perfect is not what you were supposed to be, guess what? Don't be it. There's people that have chaotic lives and that works for them. So if you're chaotic or controlled chaos, however you want to see it, which I ain't judging, I ain't gonna say it. You think that your everything is chaotic and that's how you're supposed to be? Go ahead, be that. Let me know how being chaotic works out for you. Okay. um, and this makes me think about our self-esteem. These roles fuel our self-esteem. This identity fuels our self-esteem. So many times our self-esteem is affected by our roles and identity. You can connect them and take pride in your role as wife, mom, daughter, stepmom, whatever you want to claim. And little do you know, while you're taking pride in making those your making them part of your self-esteem, you are making your self-esteem um go with the ebbs and flows of those roles, because you're connecting how you view yourself to how well you're doing with those roles. And like I said, one of these hats are going to drop. So when that hat drops and you're using your self-esteem to be fueled by your role, your self-esteem is dropping with that role. Is that what you want? Our self-esteem is the confidence in our own worth or abilities. And I want to look at it, take away the abilities. Let's talk about your worth. What's your worth? Are you worthy of great things? Or do you think you're worthy of terrible things happening to you? What's your worth? You connect your ability to that, it's going to be just like your roles. If your ability to perform in these roles is high, but you perform at a low performance, then your self esteem goes down with your low performance. We have to dissociate our self esteem from our identity. You got to. What is your self esteem outside of your identity? How do you see yourself outside of that? That's an important question. How do you see yourself outside of that? You outside of the titles, you, you outside of those titles, what are you? Because you need to build up your self-esteem. Think about who you are. Think about the very essence of you. Build that up so you can build up your worth. Our self esteem has to be separate because if they are enmeshed, we talked about enmeshment earlier. If they're enmeshed, then our self esteem will go up and down. All of this that we talked about today is the culmination of what I'm talking about right now, our self esteem. All of it. Everything we talk about today. This is it. That's why this is the closer. This is it. Your self-esteem needs to be stable. Your self-esteem can't be based on whether you're a good wife. Cannot be based on whether you're a good mom. Can't be based on what other people say about you. You know why? One, if you're listening to what other people say about you, you will never like yourself. That's number one. Number two, you can't you can make any of those people mad at any given time, especially your children. They can tell you they don't like you, or I don't want to listen to you, and whatever else comes out of their little mouths. They can say all of that. And if your self-esteem is tied to that, you are crushed. Do you want that? You are crushed. That's not okay. So what do you think? Tell me about self-esteem. What do y'all think? You enmeshing your self-esteem with your roles is a bad relationship. That's the anxious, avoidant relationship. I love you, but I hate you. Then I love you again. That's the back and forth. Who has time for that? Release your self esteem to be built on you so that you can increase your worth, so that you can increase how you see yourself, so that it's built on stable ground and not on conditional grounds. You got it. That's how you got to do it. So, how do you do it? You do it by affirming yourself, affirm who you are, go through your characteristics, and affirm yourself through that. Also, you got to be kind to yourself. Be kind. You got to be kind and loving. You got to be more assertive. Go after it. Go get it. That's what you got to do. Go get it. Be assertive. We talked about assertive communication as being direct. Go get it. It's over there waiting for you. Go after it. Whatever it is for you, go after it. Make saying no your best friend. What I mean by that is you don't always have to say yes to everybody's requests. You're driving yourself nuts by saying yes to every request. Are you kidding me? No, say no. You don't have to be at everything. Say no. You don't have to do everything for everybody. Say no. They will live. Saying no will not kill anybody. And if they can't figure it out, they're going to have to. Get rid of the negative thoughts. Challenge those thoughts. Like we talked about earlier, is there evidence behind these thoughts? Is there evidence behind me feeling this way? What's the evidence? I think there's evidence. What's the evidence? And then you examine the evidence. There's no hole, there's no facts, no truth to that. Get rid of it. Get rid of those anxious thoughts. Challenge them. They have no place in your mind. You need to have nothing but positivity flowing through your mind. You need to affirm yourself so that you can be positive. You can be more positive. Okay? And then check your beliefs. What are you believing in? What is it that you're believing in? Who is it that you're believing in? That has a lot to do with it. What are you believing? That's important. What are you believing? And what are you believing about yourself? It's okay to have moments where you're afraid, but do not let that fear take hold of your life. Fear has no place in you. Do not let that fear take over your life. Fear is a natural emotion. It is supposed to be a protective factor. But what happens when fear comes and takes over? Then you get stuck and you stop living. Okay, that's it. I thank you guys for hanging in with me all day. We were on here for 7 hours. Thank you for hanging in there with me all day. Um, do you have any questions? You have any comments? I appreciate y'all watching. Even the little troll. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Mom. All right, y'all. Nobody has any questions. Nobody has anything to say. If you catch this, I'm hoping that this will go to stay on my YouTube and whatever. But you catch this and watch it, comment on it. Okay. All right, guys. I am signing off for today. There will not be anything tomorrow because we got it done today. All right. Okay. Bye. I'll see y'all. I love y'all. Bye.